great if things would stop trying to update when I am in the middle of trying to start late. Let's see, I don't need caster labs. Get everything else up. Let's get Rogue Trader running. There you are. Oh, dear Lord. Who art in heaven, please smite the infestation of Vibe AI coding Indians in Microsoft and all these other companies so that their software will start working properly. Main capture. 4K. Yeah! Sorry for the homosexuality there. I got a bit too caught up with scrolling Twitter in bed. And then I needed to take care of a rather time-sensitive chore. So here I am, 15 minutes late. That's fine. It's fine, right? It's not like everyone's wandered off. Yeah, I should probably at least post in the thread to be like, hey, I'm not dead. Hello, me. There you go, baby. I'm just a baby. Try to log in there. No board found in my ass. Regardless of Ugh. Baby girl. Hey, there we go. Let's go and continue from where we left off. And spoke about the Augustine for a little bit. Oh, you're just got a kitty butt. Oh, you're so fluffy. Sheet spirits are skittish today.
Lord Captain?
Yes. Abelard surveys you briskly but meticulously. Let's see. You may call me by my first name if you wish. You'll probably say no. I'd like to know more about my seneschal and take my leave. Let's talk about things that may be useful to me as the rogue trader.
Lord Captain.
Let's wait for more people to realize that I'm not dead. Okay. Debate. Did not. Okay, it's pending. Upload mostly complete. What's going on there? Why are you like this? I'm looking at what was supposed to be this morning's upload, but I apparently closed the window a little early. So now it's stuck in limbo. Probably just need to delete it and re-upload same file. Just annoying to have to do now, but I was a little sloppy with it. Let's see, reuse. Oh wait, no. I should have saved this thing. Anyway. Yeah, first trial passed. Mountain passes Soul's first trial. Oh, hello, girl. Oh, you're just a fluffy lump. So cute. First trial. Yeah, I think more happened, but I can't remember, and I'm more focused on just getting shit in place. Huh? Changes. Import. Import from latest video. Save. Just let it go. Public. Set as instant premiere, why not? Publish anyway. Well. If chat's quiet, that's... I think this is... 5 minutes is enough time to... play things. The hood of my character almost looked like a jeans stealer head for a moment there. Thin, pale woman stands out among the rest of your crew. There's a thick bundle of cables coming out of the back of her skull and disappearing under her ceremonial garment. You can see the grate of a quietly humming box where her mouth should be. The woman sees you and bows her head in a respectful greeting. How may I serve you, Lord Captain? Oh, I got a fellowship of 95%. Connect me to the vessel's main channel. I wish to bolster the morale of the crew. The Voxmaster nods obediently and presses several switches on the device she is holding. It is done, Lord Captain. Yay. That's the test. Get some experience. You address the crew with a rousing speech and hear your voice roll through the ship, reaching even the normally quiet corners of the vessel. When the broadcast ends, you hear distant shouts of approval. Your appearance is unique. You're a Voidborn, are you not? My appearance comes from my heritage, generation after generation of people who have spent their lives in the depths of this void ship. Neither we nor our ancestors have ever left our home. The same can be said about many of the denizens of the Imperium's million worlds. We are used to the silence of the cosmos and the voices of the ships. There are thousands of us, but we dwell far from the Lord Captain's upper decks and remain unseen. We are the Voidborn. Where does the word Voidborn come from? Because we are the children born in the void between the stars, be it the womb of a traveling vessel, an orbital satellite, or a forgotten asteroid station. Low gravity, voyages through the warp, and the countless dangers of space travel, everything others hate and dread is second nature to us. Tell me about the lives of the Voidborn and my crew. To us, the groans and creaks and murmurs of the ship sound the way babbling brooks and singing birds do to world dwellers. We hear the ship breathe. We know what it is feeling and thinking. We are a part of the ship, just like it is a part of us. We perform numerous functions, and there are many officers among our number. Some maintain order and prevent mutiny, others serve as shepherds and support the crew, and some devote themselves to mending the body and spirit of the vessel. Most of the Voidborn are members of a large void ship dynasties that bear responsibility of a certain aspect of the ship's life. For 300 years, the main branch of the Ptoleman dynasty that produced the ship's Voxmasters has produced the ship's Voxmasters. Most of our subordinates come from the cadet houses of the dynasty. How do you find life on the ship? Life has been quite generous to me, Lord Captain. I am the Voxmaster, and only the best in the dynasty can become one. By virtue of my skills and position, no one has ever denied me anything. Our family claims a spacious section for its domain. I also enjoy long walks through the narrow, dimly lit corridors of the ship, listening to the sounds of her activity, falling asleep, and waking up to the chanting of hymns, and admiring the stars beyond, of course. How do others on the ship treat you? We look, speak, and move differently from the inhabitants of the planetary worlds. Our way of life, traditions, and quirks frighten these people like the darkness of the cosmos. Many believe us to be the bringers of ill fortune, and alas, it is the Voidborn who get the blame for terrible warp phenomena during longer voyages. She hesitates before continuing. Several years ago, an unfortunate warp jump caused all the food on board to spoil. 15 days later, a hungry and furious crew nearly massacred everyone on the lower decks, blaming us for the misfortune and hoping to restock the larders with our flesh. I would have been killed during the mutiny had Idira, alas, not shown up in the right place at the right time. She came to my rescue, and the scoundrels' fear of her was even greater than their fear of the Voidborn. Looks like you're close friends with Idira. Webs of tiny wrinkles appear at the corner of Victus's eyes, the only hint that the Voxmaster is smiling. But you see, many consider Idira to be different. I am different too. We have plenty of time in each other's company. Or we have spent plenty of time in each other's company discussing Regicide, a human tabletop game played across the Imperium of Man, similar to the ancient Terran game of chess, over a glass of Amasek, a potent alcoholic drink of varying quality, widely available across the Imperium. Except Adira changed after one incident, and we started to drift apart. The death of Lord Captain Theodora made her withdraw even more. I do not know if Adira considers me her friend now, but we used to be very, very close. It is good I can still look after her in my own way. Perception test failed. I hope she will find the sense and clarity of mind to find her way out of the dark place she is currently in. Have you ever left the ship? Oh, I did once. It was dreadful. It felt like the massive blue dome overhead was shatter at any moment and fall, and my bones would be crushed by the gravity. Invictus twitches her shoulders, trying to ward off the flood of memories. The ship is my home, Lord Captain. I would not trade it for even the bounty of 100 worlds. I see. Let us return to business, then. What are the Voxmaster's duties? I am the ears and the voice of this void ship. I supervise several dozen officers and 3 times that number of support personnel. We receive, send, encrypt, and decode all incoming and outgoing messages through the ship's internal and external channels. And we also ensure clean communication and the optimal efficiency of the crew's Voxcasters. If you ever want to know what worries and concerns your crew are harboring, and what your subjects are whispering about on local networks after their watches, and what their leaders are clamoring about over shortwave Vox transmissions, just come and see me. I will satisfy your curiosity. Have the Vox spirits brought you anything interesting lately? Forgive me, Lord Captain. I have no information that would be of interest to you at this moment. I live to serve, Captain. Hello, bridge officer. We're ready for your orders, Lord Captain. You don't have to use... Uwe, Cassia, Einrich, Monteg. Argenta's down here too. Mr. Helmsman, Ravor. Everyone's here. So who are you? Ah, okay, he's the Fire Master. Infernus Master. Nonchalantly lights an Eho stick from a thermal cutter and spreads his arms in a welcoming gesture. Heinrich Monteg, at your service. He smells of cinder and Eho. Common form of recreational stimulant consists of rolled paper stuffed with plant-derived substance. When lit, the substance emits smoke and is inhaled through the tube. His face is sooty, and his belt is laden with a number of heavy tools. You would have taken him for a laborer if it wasn't for the greasy and ragged officer's uniform. How did you come to be in service of the von Valancius dynasty? Not in the usual way. My ancestors wronged yours, and were appointed Inferni as a result. Hard labor, deadly risks, plenty of opportunities to atone. Those criminals have been dead for generations, but we're still serving their time. Maybe we will find redemption one day. Tell me more about the Infernus Guild. What interests you the most? Our duty? Our state-of-the-art equipment? Our vibrant traditions? How is the guild organized? The Infernus Guild is split into different brigades according to duties. The heart of the guild are, of course, our liquidators. Tough guys with nerves of steel who put out fires and pull people from the flames. Others are repairmen, dealing with problems like jammed doors, fuel leaks, or a broken fence. And then there's the walking inspectors, who check the decks to make sure that nothing is blocking any passages or access to communication lines. State-of-the-art equipment? That sounds interesting. He smiles guiltily. That was a bit of a stretch, I'm sorry. There is no state-of-the-art equipment. The risks of ruining it in a fire are too great. We get by using human resources and the most common items available: respirators, fire extinguishers, and flame-retardant uniforms. Let's face it, the lives of the Inferni are not worth much. It's more important that we save machines and minimize damage to the ship. What traditions? We have plenty of those, like the reminders. He rolls up his sleeves and reveals a tattoo inscribed over an old burn mark. When you survive a particularly hopeless accident, you get a tattoo on the scar. You can always tell an experienced infernus by their ink. It's like a badge of honor of sorts. Tell me how you got your reminders. He points to the tattoo on his right forearm. This one was from the time plasma leaked through the outer aft circuit. Imagine yourself clinging to the hole outside, thermal cutter in one hand and a magnetic clamp in another. As their flames burst from the breach, the kind that can incinerate you in a second. All that separates you from death is a flimsy rope and a void suit more ancient than Holy Terra. And yet the price I paid was nothing compared to my comrades. He slowly moves the augmented fingers of his right hand. As for this one, he looks directly at his left hand. The look he directs at his left hand is full of bitterness. I got this one in the ammo depot where my wife, Elsinora, died. There was a fire, and the flames were getting close to the ammunition. And I don't mean autogun rounds, I mean macro cannon shells. A type of void ship weapon generally mounted on the sides of the or dorsal section. When fired, macro cannons launch several salvos against the same target. Put out the fire as best we could, but we were losing. Suddenly, Elsie took my hand, kissed me, and then ran straight into the blaze and activated the emergency blast door. We stayed outside while she vented the compartment. He gives us a tender smile, gazing at the smoke. It was quite a story. Sorry for your loss, Henrik. He nods gratefully and takes another puff. I've learned all I need. That's enough for now. Oh, bro. Never let your fire go out, Lord Captain. I mean, no. This is stupid little old Gildan joke. Seriously, if you see an infernus next to a naked flame, run. Hello!
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations.
Have we had stimulating conversations? This is my first time talking to you since we first met, lady. Why are you so happy to see me? She offers a reserved smile and waves at you with a greeting. She's so cute. Fishwife. Tell me about yourself.
I am a part of House Orselio, an ancient dynasty of the Navis nobility. Since time immemorial, our family has served to advance knowledge, pushing at the boundaries of the dark unknown. The Starway Atlas contains 2,843 routes that chart the sectors of the Segmentum Obscurus and reach all the way from the Coronis Expanse to Holy Terra. And uniting the Imperium's thousands of worlds. House Orselio is bound by commercial pacts to houses Galeatis, Ortina, Drotus, and... There is a dark blue knot tightening on your neck, Lord Captain. I can see my reply is not satisfying your thirst for knowledge. What is it you desire to hear exactly?
Navigators identify so strongly with their house. It must be difficult for you to not be able to lean on your elders, but you have my word that I will look after you.
You will? That would be most appreciated, Lord Captain.
So you've never lived anywhere other than Urak 5?
Hardly. According to the chronicles of the house, I was born on one of the Orselio worlds. Oh, what was it? Please forgive me, Lord Captain. My childhood memories are too vague. Sometimes I dream about the colorful birds that built their nests in the garden, or the servants dressed in purple livery, or the blue fog that rolled over the lowlands behind the palace. But everything is covered in a rosy haze.
No.
Perhaps it is my imagination, not my memory that is painting these pictures.
Okay, good. Options, sound. Do not mute audio when the game window is collapsed. Tell me about your life on the station.
My stay on the station was wholly dedicated to preparing me for my future duty. Astromancy, astrography, numerology, the histories of my house and the Imperium, as well as other disciplines. For many years, dozens of instructors tirelessly prepared me for my destiny. And once a year, Great Regent Alronto would come to the station. He would entrust his beautiful vessel to my command, so that I could master the practical aspects of our art as well.
Did you have any friends? Someone you could turn to for a simple conversation, not a discussion of yet another lecture?
The Regent gave me a bird from a sunlit planet once. I tried to befriend it and make it sing, but for some reason, it refused, and died soon after. The instructors were too respectful of my duty to my house to waste precious time on idle chatter. Aside from them, there were only servants on the station, and you know they have their vocal cords removed, so they cannot break their vow of silence.
Oh.
And since the subject has been breached, Lord Captain, why do you not follow this honored tradition? Your decks are so garish. Apologies, I meant noisy. The rabble don't just chatter. Sometimes they shout and even sing. Why do you allow such a lack of restraint? Rogue traders are highborn, are they not?
So you may find it difficult to believe. The practice of depriving servants of their voice is not particularly widespread outside Orcelia.
Please forgive me, Lord Captain. I was sure it was a sacred tradition made sacrosanct by the ancient vows of obedience. I expect more surprises will be waiting for me outside the walls of Urak 5.
Your third eye, do you always conceal it?
The Navigator's open eye is baneful to whoever the warp's ruinous shine falls upon, and therefore it is the symbol of our power. We are the guiding stars of humanity, found worthy of an uncommon gift, and one of the duties that we bear is to guard our eye, even from wayward glances that may bear evil.
There we go. Avatar is now in the right position.
Besides, I am aware that lesser servants of the Imperium may find our appearance repulsive. The Navigator gene twists the features the rabble are used to seeing, and the magnificence of our role cannot be grasped by their feeble minds.
You are beautiful, Cassia. Do not let anyone or anything convince you otherwise.
Lord Captain, you are overstepping the bounds of propriety.
Let's see, I will not dare make fun of a lady's feelings, especially not one who's captivated me since I first set eyes on her. Cannot help it, the sight of you will bring some improper thoughts floating in my mind.
Words like that, Lord Captain, could easily be misconstrued. You should familiarize yourself with some of the works in your library to learn the appropriate manner of conversing with a lady.
She blinks in her surprise, her eye flashes fluttering and a delicate blush suffusing her cheeks. Anyway, what does it feel like to guide a vessel through the warp?
It may be difficult to describe. You see, every navigator perceives the warp differently. My mentor, Great Regent Alronto, always described his travels through the Immaterium as a journey through a vast wood with countless paths. And I, assisting him in the first voyages, futilely tried to follow his example. But the wood would not reveal itself to me. But everything changed when I found my own key to this mystery. You see, I've always brightened up my rare moments of leisure time by painting. You may recall there was a workshop in my chambers. As soon as I imagined the warp as a blank canvas, an indescribable feeling came over me. I moved the brush, going deeper and deeper into my own painting. Visions were hidden within the vibrant colors of my palette, and something inside me knew which should be brought out and which should be left behind. I woke up several days later, after the voyage was safely complete.
I noticed that your love of painting is reflected in your speech as well. You associate so many images with hues and colors.
The Emperor graced me with a gift. I can see inner life in addition to the mundane. You cannot know that a fruit has rotten from the inside until a blade slices it in two. I can see the rot from far away. It roils like swamp mud, oozing through the bright peel. Anger and boredom, sadness and joy. Everything that people shut away inside themselves is revealed to me like colors on the canvas of my world.
Why don't we talk about something else?
You will hear no objection from me, Lord Captain.
Told me about a horse Orselio.
As the only voice of our family on this vessel, it is an honor. As long as your questions are courteous, I will answer every one of them.
I take it let's do the check first. Is the Orselio prophecy system named after your ancestor?
You are shrewd indeed. My ancestor charted that route while fleeing the enemies of humanity. They say the Emperor himself was his guide, because the warp expelled their vessel without a single loss. Unfortunately, the lips of those who relate this tale seep with disgusting green hubris. I think Kalain Orselio was simply a skilled navigator.
I take it House Orselio has a rich history?
Oh, yes. The navigators of the house came to the Coronis Expanse fairly recently, a mere 208 years ago. Before that, our ancestors expanded the borders of humankind's dominion for the glory of the Emperor, blazing trails to different corners of the galaxy.
Who rules the house?
Just as a rogue trader stands at the head of a protectorate, a Novator heads a navigator house. It is the Novator who decides where to look for alliances and which path their bloodline is destined to tread. As for our house, the transfer of power to a successor is currently underway. In the meantime, Great Regent Auronto Orselio is ensuring the stability of the house.
You lived in seclusion on a closed station until Falak committed his sabotage. So then you must be the Novator's successor.
So says Regent Auronto. Nothing is decided yet. Some people in the house become enshrouded in rolling grey clouds at the thought of me becoming the Novator. But even more are bound with dull leaden chains. They think I am not ready for such a burden.
With your permission, I would like to talk about something else.
By all means.
What does your special sight reveal?
Sister Argenta shines like a guiding star, inspiring resolve in those around her, seemingly inexplicably. However, I see a dark and ugly fog billow behind her, contrasting sharply with her shining light. It burdens the Sister of Battle. It drags her down. Yet Argenta herself is hardly aware of it. Seneschal Viserion is among the few whose colors are a pleasure to look at. Whenever the Seneschal speaks, heavenly crystal clarity spreads around him. And whenever he is angered, dark blue clouds condense over him. And in his rare moments of joy, a pure gleam of sunset pink caresses the souls of those near him. Out of your entire retinue, Lord Captain, he is the only one I would trust with my life. Idira's emotions are like a maelstrom, bright, unbridled, enveloping her form like a wondrous kaleidoscope of colors. And as dangerous as a twisting warp storm. The riot of colors hides the truth from my eyes. What exactly is driving this woman? Is it her own will, or... Or is it the Immaterium, Lord Captain?
He's gonna explode into demons at some point. Already has in a past line of events. Let's talk about us, shall we?
Right here? Are you sure?
Let's discuss other things.
Of course. Let us turn from personal matters to more pressing concerns.
This is where I must beg my leave.
I have enjoyed your company. Thank you for the conversation.
Cassia Acute. Howdy, Uwe. I serve the Imperium and House Orselio. Master Helmsman Ravor. The tall man before you appears to be woven from tendons and muscle. Blue veins snake under his white, almost dove-colored skin, and his scalp and chin are covered in cropped white hair. His neck and shoulders are wrapped in wires that hint at the presence of neural connectors under his uniform. The officer's face seems to be twisted in a perpetual grimace of annoyance and anger, but he greets you with a respectful nod. Lord Captain, Master Helmsman Ravor at your service. You're a Voidborn, are you not? That I am, born into a helmsman clan in the bowels of a Chartist vessel, studied the family trade until I was 15. Then my entire clan was butchered in a mutiny by Lowerhold scum. They spared the young'uns, of course they did. Kids with implanted connectors make great navigational servitors, but I was having none of it. They weren't going to make a servitor out of me, so I escaped into the crawlways, and then I spent months picking them off, one after the other. He stops abruptly. You got me talking up a storm! Anyway, yes, I am Voidborn. Finish your story, Ravor. Stay silent for a few seconds.
Jack says burning the heretics.
Not quite yet. At this point, we are talking with our crew, getting to understand them, forging connections. Anyway, Ravor, also sorry for being late. I got caught up watching, I got caught up scrolling Twitter, and then I had to take care of a very time-sensitive chore. I had to get the cat boxes before people went to sleep, so that I wouldn't have to walk through their rooms to get to the cat boxes. So now I can just go on. Also, I did get today's upload done. I think it's still premiering right now. I might be wrong. But yeah, I got the next episode of Mountain recorded right before going to work, and then closed the window before it was done uploading. So that's why it's appearing now rather than at midnight. Anyway, Ravor stays silent for a few seconds. Not much to tell. I gutted everyone I could get to, and I fled upwards to the middle decks. That's where the auger operators took me under their wing. They have apprentice helmsmen of their own up there, you see. Nobody asked me any questions, so I stayed. I grew up, trained, got smarter, and then ended up a junior helmsman. A dozen years later, Danrock spotted me and lured me away. Cheeky blighter. Tell me about the Voidborn. He winces and rubs his temple. Lord Captain, I mean no disrespect, but you'd do better to find someone with a knack for conversation, like Ptolemy, the new Voxmaster. I ain't the talking type. I just get the ship where she needs to go. Best let folks stick to what they do best. What can you tell me about the other officers? Good for nothing wasters, that's what they are. Each and every one of them. Take generous Danrock, that highborn weasel. He fawns over the officers, but some of the deals he makes would get him burned alive. He drags other people into his schemes so that they can take the fall for him. One of my junior helmsmen was ferrying goods from Footfall for him, and got caught by the Seneschal and ended up in the Void Hatch. Danrock couldn't care less. The Voxmaster, another Ptolemy like the last one, Void Restum, is no better. She cut off half the Vox channels the day she took up her post. She said the Vox systems were damaged, and the Engineerium had no contact with other modules. How am I supposed to steer the ship? Collect the COGS reports with the power of my mind? First Officer Wersarian. I can't stand him, like every Navy officer I ever meet. He doesn't know a thing about controlling a vessel in the void, but he puffs himself up all the same and throws his weight around. Me and him have to have had to have words a few times before he left me alone. I think the Emperor, Lady Theodora, trusted me more than the Seneschal when it came to helming a void ship. And then there's that woman. What's her name? Talas? Lady Theodora brought her along wherever she went. And look what happened to her. I'll be surprised if it turns out that the witch that delivered her to an early grave. It was that witch that delivered her to an early grave, just like countless souls before. I don't see why anyone would want that walking calamity on their ship. Some would disagree. They say she's friends with young Tolman, you know. At least she used to be. Tell me, do you like anyone at all? He looks perplexed. What kind of question is that? I like you. I'm Lady Theodora before you. Where would I be if I was making cracks against the Rogue Trader? I don't want to die just yet. I like this guy. Lord Captain, he acknowledges you with a nod and turns away. And down here we've got Argenta's. Hi!
Rogue Trader.
Sister Argenta looks tired. There are dark circles under her eyes, her hair is somewhat disheveled, and she moves like she's a little on edge. Tell me about the Adepta Sororitas.
Gladly. There are none more faithful to the God Emperor than my sisters. We fight against his enemies by the will of the Holy Ecclesiarchy. I beg your pardon, Rogue Trader. Here I am talking about what every lesser noble in the Imperium knows. So what exactly are you interested in hearing about?
They say the Adepta Sororitas are the fiercest in their faith among the warriors of the Imperium. Is this true?
It is. The Sisters of Battle are a fire lit by the God Emperor. They are the echo of his voice that travels through the dark expanses of the universe. We bring his wrath to heretics, mutants, and other enemies of humanity. We protect the faithful from the unholy and unhallowed. Sometimes with words. More often than not with a bolter.
Yeah. Are all sisters truly as faultless as you say?
Even the novices of the Adepta Sororitas are drawn from among the most worthy. Those who have taken the vows and become a full-fledged sister are the best of the best, tested by trials of body and spirit. Yes, there have been cases when a sister stumbled or showed weakness, but do not expect to hear a story of depravity or downfall from me. Each such occurrence is a great tragedy for us all. Light cannot bear the smallest speck of darkness within. And thus those who have trespassed or shown weakness of spirit are given a chance at redemption. They are called Sisters Repentia, and may the enemy tremble before her, for nothing can stop a sister of battle who yearns to be cleansed of faults and weakness. Wearing nothing but robes, no armor, eviscerator in hand, those sisters who have once faltered find repentance on the battlefield. Their lives are seldom long, but a death in the name of purgation is a better fate than to live with a shadow in one's soul.
What order are you from?
Once I had completed my novitiate, I was sent to the Calixian branch of the Order of Our Martyred Lady, assigned to the Order's Pronatus. The Order's mission is vital and noble. The Sisters Pronatus protect great relics of the Imperium. We guard them, preserve them, escort them when they are brought onto the battlefield or presented for pilgrims to venerate. And we seek out the relics that have been lost. Neither a coven of heretics nor the most wicked death world can deter Sisters Pronatus when their goal is to return a piece of the great legacy of the Imperium into the hands of the faithful.
The Order Pronatus is not one of the Order's militants, and yet you are a trained fighter.
Don't let the name deceive you. The Order's militant trains sisters to march onto the battlefield as an army. That does not make sisters who belong to the non-militant orders timid and helpless. Both the solace-bringing Sisters Hospitaller and the enlightened Sisters Dialogus know how to greet enemies of humanity. Their dialogue with heretics is usually quite short, with the last word being a bolter discharge.
Based.
And my order has all the more reason to be known for the martial prowess of its sisters. We are the keepers of the Imperium's relics. What would become of our blessed hero's legacy if the Sisters Pronatus could not protect it?
You said that you belonged to the Calexian branch of your order. What brought you to the Coronis Expanse?
The Order sent me to Footfall. My undertaking was to assist the local priesthood of Drusians in caring for a sacred reliquary that had been there since the time of Parsimus Duane, the station's founder.
Are there any other members of the Adepta Sororitas in the Coronis Expanse?
None that I'm aware of, but the Sisterhood's orders are many, and can operate independently of one another, sending their sisters wherever their presence is needed as deemed by the Ecclesiarchy. Perhaps somewhere in the Lord Inquisitor's retinue, may his path be blessed, my sisters perform their duty as we speak. I wish it were so. Even a single evening spent in joint prayer and training would bring me joy.
I have no more questions about the Sisterhood.
Should any more arise, keeping them to yourself would be imprudent. It is a virtue to take an interest in holiness.
Tell me about yourself.
About me? I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to tell about me?
How did you end up on Theodora's ship?
I first came here when I found myself in need of passage from Footfall to a remote planet. But I imagine what interests you is not that first journey, but rather what brought me aboard prior to the cultist attack. That story is complicated. It just so happened that
She stops short.
I made a mistake. In a moment of laxity, I was ambushed by the accursed followers of the archenemy. I was badly wounded. Lady Theodora came to my aid and brought me aboard her ship, where crew attended to me in my weakened state. It all happened not too long ago. I had barely recovered from my wounds when the cultists struck. Truly, the servants of evil know no rest. There is no place where we can be safe from their machinations.
What happened to the people who wounded you? Did Theodora's men eliminate them?
Sadly, they did not. Lady Theodora was in a hurry and chose not to stay on the planet. Her people took me to a ship while I was unconscious, and when I came to my senses, we were already flying away. How I pray to come face to face with those heretics once more, and it's bound to happen someday.
Is it difficult for you to accept that you made a mistake?
It happens even to the best of us. My mistakes are my burden to bear. I'll find a way to atone for them.
Where did this happen?
On one of the recently discovered planets in the Expanse. No one suspected that it had already been tainted by the filth of heresy. Had I known it beforehand, of course I would have been on my guard.
We could go to that planet and deal with the Chaos Worshippers.
The path to that planet was lost. All the knowledge is gone, along with the previous navigator. It would take immense effort and resources to rediscover the route. The heir to the von Valanci's protectorate must have plenty of other issues to deal with right now. Perhaps later, when the skies above our heads have cleared.
What was it like traveling on Theodora's ship?
I hadn't been here that long. Just one journey from Footfall, and the other journey, the majority of which I spent in the confines of the Medbay. I can't tell you much about the first voyage. I was more focused on prayers and ruminations than on the people around me, or the journey itself. During the last journey, Seneschal Viserion stood out for me. He came by several times to ask about my health. He's an honorable man and a loyal servant of the Imperium. I think he is as meticulous in his inspections of the logistic systems as he is in his inquiries about the health of the occasional sister of battle aboard the ship. But not all of Theodora's people have earned my trust. You know who I'm talking about. There is no place for Adira Tlas among the God Emperor's faithful. I'm surprised she wasn't in league with the cultists. And I'm equally surprised by how deep heresy and treason run in this place. I'm glad we all made it through that dark hour. May the day that follows be bright.
I don't have any more questions, thank you.
As you wish.
What is it that's keeping you in my retinue?
The ship was targeted by heretics, which means that my presence here and the assistance I provide to you are my sacred duty. Sooner or later, I will likely have to return to Footfall to protect its reliquary. But for now, I wish to remain a part of the Rogue Trader's crew.
It pleases me to have a servant of the Golden Throne in my crew. May the enemies of the Imperium tremble before your onslaught.
So they shall.
You said you had a personal request for me.
I indeed have a request, Rogue Trader. The accursed servants of Chaos who assaulted this ship took the lives of your loyal crew members, and they orphaned many children, including the progeny of the brave officers who defended their posts until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this in Von Valancia's territory, but in the world I'm familiar with, the children of such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the Rogue Trader could meet with the orphans?
I will meet with them. No formalities needed. These are the children of people who gave their lives for the Von Valancia's dynasty. My consideration is the least they deserve.
I will pass on your instructions. Thank you for taking my request to heart.
And now we go off to the lower decks to meet some orphans. They're like, "Hi! I'm your god!" The motley group of adolescents do not take their eyes off you, gazing at you as if you were creatures straight from a fairy tale. Our unfatigable sister has been keeping an eye on these pups. He glances at the gathered children. It's hardly the Scala Progenium in here, but we have provided the orphans on our ship with adequate care and instruction. Argenta standing to the side of the group. At your approach, she perks up and announces, her voice ringing, "Brave ones, the master of this ship has appeared before you, the one who guides it through the darkness of the universe by the Emperor's will. Greet your Lord Captain, the Rogue Trader of House Von Valancius, Heinrich Monteg." You notice the Infernus Master, Heinrich Monteg, standing a few paces away from the orphans. He watches you with approval and bows respectfully when you meet his gaze.
Grumpisano Fajak says the fact that the gun nun isn't romanceable is a damn crime against humanity.
Indeed it is. Oh, right, I wanted to actually get some things set up for the chat. Maybe I shouldn't be doing that now, but what was it? Settings, community moderation, channel guidelines. Welcome. Oh. Right. No. Don't be a dick. And backseating is fine. There we go. I got rules for my chat. Extremely minimal. But yes, truly it is a crime. Grandly address the group. Infernus Master, do you serve as a teacher in your spare time? Not at all, your lordship. I was just looking out for them. It's the Infernus way to help folks in trouble. It's our job, after all. So we chip in rations here and there and make sure nobody gives them a hard time. We take the older ones into the clan's care if they want. Many in the guild are not our family by blood, but by circumstance. Grandly address the group. I, the Rogue Trader and Lord Captain of this ship, speak to you now. Your parents gave their lives for our cause and brought honor to the Von Valancians' banners and those of the Imperium. I'm proud of them, and I believe that you will become their worthy heirs. Teenagers hang on your every word with bated breath. Only a few at the far row seem sullen and not particularly impressed by your speech. One of the scowling visitors...
From Jack says, but you need dicks. Dicks may fuck pussies, but dicks also fuck assholes.
Anyway, one of the scowling visitors with a thin scar across his face tosses his head back and says bitterly, "So what? Why should we care? Our friends and parents died in their dozens for your noble lot, and you just give us speeches?" Argenta quickly turns to the boy. A flurry of emotions flashes in her dark eyes. It's like she wants to calm him and scold him for his impudence. Address the group. If you have things to say them without fear. I will listen. The boy smiles grimly. It doesn't matter what we say. It won't bring our parents back. It won't change our fates either. We'll keep slaving away on the ship until we drop and die like our folks, or worse. So you understand your grief and dismay. Your parents died. It's not an easy thing to go through. But they gave their lives for the truth, for the good of the whole ship, for the Imperium. Do not speak of their honorable fate with anger and disdain. You hear the rogue trader. His words carry the wisdom of the Imperium, says Argenta. Hard to say whether or not your words have left an impression on the boy, but he nods slowly. Then he catches himself and gives you an awkward bow. Abelard gives a sign, and the servants immediately emerge, carrying packaged treat with Von Valancius emblazoned on the wrappers. It appears that the Seneschal came prepared for any contingency. Argenta rubs her temples pensively. She smiles and offers a few more words of encouragement, and then leaves the boy. And back to the bridge. Let's see, I think that's all the talking down there. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be anything off to the sides. Nope. Let's go talk to Abelard and continue to get to know our crew.
Lord Captain?
Well, let's talk about things that may be useful to me as a rogue trader.
A noble aspiration, Lord Captain. I am ready to acquaint you with all the particulars that interest you.
Outline the situation in the Coronis Expanse for me. What do I need to know and keep in mind?
This is a topic for an official briefing, not a casual conversation. But I will try to answer succinctly. And, if you permit, in my own words. The Coronis Expanse is considerably removed from the heart of the Imperium. This means that local warp routes become useless within months. Established pathways are regularly subject to attacks from all kinds of rabble. And in the only major port, the Imperium's frigates find themselves moored alongside pirate vessels. Until recently, the Coronis Expanse could hardly have been called a region of the Imperium. The situation has changed with the arrival of the Lord Inquisitor, but not by much. This place operates under its own rules, you see. More radical, so to speak. But ones that allow for a non-standard approach where there is a promise of victory. The Coronis Expanse is considered rogue trader territory for a reason. Only rogue traders have sufficient military might, audacity, and the rights granted them by the warrant to survive the leap into the unexplored part of the Expanse, and in the event of a successful outcome, to hold on to whatever they manage to capture on the frontier.
Who are the main players I need to be aware of in the Coronis Expanse?
In the first instance, you should treat official representatives of the Imperium with respect. The Expanse may be on the fringes, but it still numbers among the territories of the Golden Throne. The arrival of the Lord Inquisitor has turned the Coronis Expanse into a less wild and uncontrolled region, to the regret of some individuals who had grown inured to the local lawlessness. Rogue traders such as yourself are also servants of the Imperium. They have been accorded special rights and powers. They wield immense authority within their territory. And they enjoy absolute respect in other parts of the Expanse. The most powerful of them are Kalagos Winterscale and Incendia Bastal Chorda. Tread carefully when dealing with either of them.
Kalagos and Incendia. Noted.
If we are to speak of unclaimed territory, which is what Footfall is, among the scum that dwells on that handful of asteroids, there are 3 factions that wield considerable influence in the sector. The first is the Kazbala Commission, organized crime in its most primitive form. It holds sway over the Liege of Footfall and has links to rogue trader Winterscale. The second faction is an offshoot of our shining ecclesiarchy, followers of St. Drusus. They are actively building their forces and hold influence over rogue trader Chorda. And finally, the third faction, the Explorators, a wing of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They are willing to die and kill for the secrets of the ancient technological heresies that are hidden among the stars of the Coronis Expanse.
Conrad, our previous Master of Whispers, what can you tell me about his betrayal? What do you think he'll do next?
You know, Lord Captain, I am no admirer of fine art. But when we next find ourselves in a civilized port, with time to spare, I will promptly find an artist and commission a portrait of the individual to whom you refer, with a hole between the eyes. Conrad Voigtveer. That he committed his treachery and escaped with his life was an unforgivable oversight. We both served Lord Captain Theodora for many years, and we never saw eye to eye. He was brash. He was never afraid of assuming responsibility, and he willingly took on difficult tasks. I am loath to admit it, but the Von Valacius Protectorate continues to reap the fruits of his labors to this day. His service always garnered my respect. But everything... If you are taking comfort in the thought that we will hear no more of Conrad, prepare to be disappointed. You thwarted his plans, his meticulously plotted and nurtured treachery. He is sure to attempt to strike at you, and he will use his contacts and knowledge of the Protectorate to do so. The only question, Lord Captain, is whether you will be able to anticipate his next steps.
That's all for now.
As you wish, Lord Captain.
I'd like to know more about my seneschal.
As you wish, Lord Captain.
Tell me about
What
yourself.
would you like to know?
Tell me about yourself. What were you before you became Theodora's seneschal?
I used to be an officer in the Lex Imperialis. No, a used to be is not quite right. It was not simply a job. It was my calling, the essence of my life. I was proud to serve Lord Captain Theodora, but in my heart and mind, I'm still an officer of the Imperium. I met Lord Captain Theodora on a mission where the Imperial Navy was providing reinforcement to the rogue traders' army on one of the frontier worlds. Our acquaintance was not easy. Working with people outside the Navy hierarchy has never been my strong suit. It was to my great surprise then, that after the mission's completion, I received a referral to leave my service in the Navy and join the rogue traders' personal council. It was a difficult choice for me, but I saw in the offer a chance to serve the interests of humanity even more effectively than in the Lex Imperialis. You do not need me to tell you just how remarkable a person Lord Captain Theodora was. I recognized her at once as a true leader and formidable creative force, one who had built a protectorate amidst the dangers and wildness of the Expanse.
The Imperial Navy is far from easy. Why were you permitted to quit your post?
You could say there was no one among the naval command who was willing to impede the wishes of the rogue trader. To do so would be to risk their own position and their relationship with Theodora. Well, the Lord Captain possessed certain contacts in the Imperial Navy. Contacts which she used to request help during the conflict on the border world. And which enabled her to make me an offer that resulted in my joining her retinue. The Lex Imperialis is an ancient institution with its own mandates and muster lists. On occasion, in the heat of an official briefing or an informal discussion, I violated those rules, determined to press my point. It is challenging to choose the words to accurately express my opinion on a situation or the actions of others that do not sound overly scathing or confrontational. Many in command were inclined to view my manner of speaking as unbefitting a person of my rank.
The way you talk about Theodora, I'm beginning to think you are in love with her.
What? Lord Captain, any allegations of improper feelings or unsanctioned relations are utterly baseless and bordering on the insulting. Utterly baseless.
Do you have a family?
I am a widower. I am a father of 4, and if my information is not outdated, a grandfather of 11. My family lives on Dargonus. None of my children express any eagerness or aptitude for serving aboard ship, and I would hardly have insisted that they follow in my footsteps.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
Of course.
You may call me by my first name if you wish.
I thank you for the honor, but I must decline. As a former military officer, I believe in the importance of order in all things, including the chain of command. You are the Lord Captain, my direct superior. I am not prepared to address you in any way other than as regulation dictates.
I must take my leave until next time, Seneschal.
Lord Captain.
Gives a regulation salute. The factotum. It's like NPCs. Go to another compartment. Let's continue scouring the bridge, see if there's anybody else sneaking about. Keeping more delicious dialogue from me. Technomats. Yeah, I think it's just Mr. High Factotum left. There's Jocasta Sarbak. Jocasta Sarbak is the very picture of discipline. Her uniform is exquisitely pressed, her armor is polished, and her posture is imposing and rigid. The only flaw in her immaculate appearance is the heavy enforcer's maul, which is worn and battered from frequent use. She salutes you with practiced motion. Greetings, Lord Captain. How did you come to serve on my flagship? I come from the noble Sarbak family of the capital world of Dargonus. I dare say that our house is renowned for its loyalty and strict adherence to the law, and the members of my family have been most faithful. Have been your faithful enforcers for centuries. I'm honored to be the 6th master at arms named Sarbak to serve on the ship. She speaks the words with unmistakable pride. Why are you here instead of basking in luxury on Dargonus? Because of my cousin Macarius. A furious crease appears between her brows. I cannot stand him, but the feeling is mutual. We can hardly be in the same room together, so I jumped at the opportunity to become your enforcer. I should thank my obnoxious cousin for nudging me towards the best decision of my life. I serve you with all my heart and wish for no other fate than this one. You're wearing Imperial Navy armor. How did you come by it? I inherited it from the previous Master-at-Arms. Like the esteemed Seneschal, he left the Navy to serve Lady Theodora. He brought quite a few officers with him and established a tradition. Upon the death or resignation of an enforcer, his or her armor would be passed on to a fellow officer who had distinguished themselves in the course of their duties. I was awarded armor in this way in my time, and upon the death of my predecessor, I inherited his personal armor. What is your opinion of me as Lord Captain? I do not doubt the astuteness of your decisions, but beyond that, I'm impressed with you. I've heard about the brutal punishments that you have endured, Lord Captain. She looks away. But before she does, you notice a strange spark in your eyes. Your tenacity deserves admiration. There's a fire in the dark depths of her gaze. If she could, she would devour you whole with her sidelong glances. I seem to be detecting something more than mere admiration. Then what about awe? She stares at your neck, right at the scar peeking out from under your collar. Her pupils dilate and she licks her lips involuntarily. Thinking about What you have suffered leaves me trembling. You forget yourself. Of course, Lord Captain. She forces herself to look at you again. This time, you only see cold impassivity in her eyes. I want to know what you think about the other officers. I do not trust them, but I do not trust anyone. Mistress Tolleman has too much power, and will surely be tempted to start deciding for herself what information to share with the crew on your behalf, and what to withhold. Ravor is closely intertwined with the ship's systems, which opens up plenty of opportunities for sabotage. He must be watched. As for Danrock, forgive me, but a man of his size and habits cannot help but steal. What can you tell me about Abelard? The Seneschal is a model of competence and fidelity, and all the officers and enforcers look up to him with gratitude. A grimace of fierce devotion takes hold of Sarbak's face before she abruptly grits her teeth and continues. It is all the more distressing to see that the years have not been kind to the deeply respected Master Worsarian. Soon there will be no rejuvenant treatment that can save him from the mistakes inherent in such advanced age. But we are ever watchful, and we will be there to steady the trembling hand of the honored veteran if need be. To know more about your service. What are your duties as a Master-at-Arms? I am responsible for upholding safety and order aboard the ship. Guard duties, patrols, finding and punishing troublemakers. In addition, my enforcers ensure that the crew follow all directives, and carry out their tasks properly. As they say in my family, a servant who shows disobedience today prepares a riot tomorrow. There are thousands of people aboard this vessel. How do you maintain order? 2 words, Captain. Suppression and fear. The base nature of the rabble cries for an iron grip, lest they give in to their animal urges. We have many well-tested measures to prevent it. Random night searches, preventative interrogations, corporal punishment, and executions. Of course, the laws of the ship equally apply to the officers. We eradicate the canker of insubordination wherever we find it, without mercy. I hope you will not repeat the mistakes of the previous Master-at-Arms. You can be assured of that. He was a fine enforcer, but suffered from the fatal flaw of trusting his associates. I myself lack that weakness, and trust no one except you, Lord Captain. And that's it. I don't think there's anybody over here. Nope. Now we just need to talk to a high factotum and generous Danrock. The corpulent man in lavish clothes bows before you, not without difficulty. The servo scroll whirs over his shoulder, while the fingers of his augmented hand drum against the sheaf of paper he is holding. He regards you with attentive interest through the lens of his magnifying implant. Greetings, your lordship. Generous Danrock at your service. Remind me, what is it you do on my ship? As the high factotum, my duties encompass anything that might enrich you and your protectorate. I see to it that suppliers deliver all shipments on time, that our partners do not weasel out of their promises, and that all servants remember that the Emperor's grace can only be earned through toil for the good of the von Valancius dynasty. I also make arrangements to ensure that our holds receive less than thorough inspections by port customs officers, and I find buyers for whatever you wish to sell. And, of course, I ensure the Protectorate's warlords prepare their tithe in a timely fashion. Let none ever say in their lifetime that the dynasty has ever disgraced itself with the late payment of the sacred tribute. How did you come to serve the von Valancius dynasty? I come from Dorgonis, your lordship. I have been a subject in your dynasty since birth, and have always strived to be of use to the great rogue trader. Alas, it was not my fate to be the primary heir of my own family, due to my being 15th in line for the title. So I decided to not stand in the way of those behind me in case they attempted to shorten the waiting list at my expense. He lets out an almost kindly chuckle. While my brothers and sisters schemed against one another, I studied the exact sciences and mastered bookkeeping. Greatest art of the Adeptus Administratum. I must admit that the accumulation of wealth, something one can control, is far more exciting than hunting, carousing, and the other traditional amusements of my noble peers. What was it like working with Theodora? Oh, now that's a tricky question, your lordship. Do you ask it of everyone, knowingly risk losing their heads should they slip a careless remark about your predecessor? I shall put it thus. Working with Lady Theodora was never boring and always profitable. The Imperium has billions of subjects, but very few do what they love and what they are best suited to. I would say Lady Theodora was one of the fortunate ones. She was a model rogue trader, and she surrounded herself with those who excelled at and loved their work. Hers was a rare talent indeed. I wish to know what you think of your fellow crew members. Keeping tabs on your subordinates, a wise move. Tell me who interests you, and I'll endeavor to be as honest as possible. His eyes light up. He's obviously eager to speak his mind. Tell me what you think of Seneschal Abelard Warsarian. Lady Theodora managed to do what even the Imperial Navy could not. Teach Master Warsarian to carry out orders that he fundamentally disagrees with. I do not know what methods she used, but the result is impressive. Having said that, there is something else you need to know, Lord Captain. Your Seneschal is capable of being something far greater than a mere conduit for your will. He possesses the cunning and experience to run the Protectorate passably whenever Lady Theodora was away. And that really is saying something. Keep an eye on that old officer, I say, or alternatively, turn him into a faithful ally. I'd like to hear your opinion on Conrad Votavir, the former Master of Whispers. I hope I never see him set foot aboard this vessel again, not even as a servitor. Although, he would be able to do at least some good that way. Someone has to clean the latrines after all. Factotum's bloated face grows stern. He gave us all quite a fright on that ill-fated day, Lord Captain. And, still to speak candidly, I never enjoyed his company. But I believed him to be a man who knew how to do his job. Regretfully, I was mistaken. Turned out that Conrad lacked the most important quality for a Master of Whispers, unwavering loyalty to the rogue trader. And his failing came to light in a most deplorable manner. What do you have to say about the Voxmaster, Master Victus Telemann? Ah, yes, the Voidborn. You know, in my family, we used such creatures as quarry whenever we went hunting. Mutants are the bane of humanity, an unseen tumor that threatens to end us all. But I digress. In the brief time Telemann has spent in post as Voxmaster, I've not noticed any significant flaws in her character, or anything that would make me question her professional qualities. Needless to say, she is very diligent, as is any Voidborn seeking to earn their master's affection. I believe you can trust in her skills and loyalty. I want to know more about the people who buy our plunder. Of course, Lord Captain. Who interests you, exactly? We must often deal with followers of St. Drusus, the Explorators, the Casbala Commission, or, Emperor forgive us, the Fellowship of the Void. What did the followers of St. Drusus acquire from us? The Drusians still hope to bring the Kronos Expanse into the warm embrace of the faith, just as their flock hoped to receive the aid of the Drusian missionaries. Each crate of food, shipment of clothes, or box of medicine marked with our seal is a sign of the rogue trader himself, or that the rogue trader himself believes in the sect's future success. Reverend Hieronymus is the first among the Drusians, and is most often seen in Footfall's grand atrium. A gloomy fellow, but some almost believe him to be a saint. Tell me about the Explorators. Members of the Explorator Cognizance fleet, which has been roaming the Kronos Expanse for a good while now. Sion knows what they're hoping to find, but their acolytes regularly show up on inhabited worlds, seeking bits of sacred knowledge, tracking down mechanical relics, and sniffing out Xeno artifacts, if truth be told. Supposedly, they want to save the ignorant rabble from corruption. A tech priest named Opticon 22 does business with us on the fleet's behalf. He can be found on the docks of Footfall. I am interested in the Cosbolica mission. Masters of the cold trade, immoral criminals, and notorious crooks to the last man. The mission is but one branch of this mafia gang that has taken root in the Calixis sector. You can do business with them as long as you take the necessary precautions. They are led by Vladaim Tokhara, who recently appointed himself Liege of Footfall. Of course, he's a trusted ally of rogue trader Winterscale. But he will not refuse you, Mother of the Emperor's Anointed. If you wish to talk to him, look for him in the Liege's Palace on Footfall. What is this Fellowship of the Void? He emits a laugh-like gurgle. A pompous name, is it not? In truth, they're a gang of pirates who are forever squabbling over loot and territory. However, some of their little flotillas need supplies, or can take awkward cargo off our hands without any questions. Of course, there's always a risk that these scoundrels will change their minds and attempt to board us instead. So far, our macro cannons have managed to keep them in line. They say Ryza Calvaria speaks on the Fellowship's behalf. The Adeptus Secus on Footfall is rumored to be her favorite hunt. Where are we giving away our spoilers for these people in the first place? To profit from them, of course. Most of the things you'll find during expeditions are complete junk to one such as yourself, but the less fortunate and affluent servants of the Emperor think them treasures, especially when they are bestowed by the great rogue trader himself. Drosian fanatics and pirate cutthroats, Cosbolica dealers, and explorators, none will refuse our help in these dark and trying times, and there may come a time when we shall be the ones requiring aid. It will be beneficial to have allies willing to provide it. Let's see, bolster retinue with skilled fighters. My retinue and I need training. To my null, I'm going to assume that option 6 here is to get generic party members, and need training is for respecialization. Enough questions. Now then. Oh, what to do? All these key items. Let's see, armored body glove. Well-maintained lasgun. Oh man, look at that extra hit chance. Let's give frag grenade to you. Oh. Can I stack those? No. So you get them. Abelard shall get them as well. Just so he's got something a little extra. A Ripper auto pistol. That's got additional hit chance. So maybe not. Canada. Staff of House Orcelio, you already have it. And only you can use it. Let you keep the auto pistol. Oh, you got fire grenades, huh? Actually. Swap the pedal. Let's just give you some stuff. So you can have something other than that. See, flagship, other, notable. Also, I think I could... I'll wait on breaking things down into cargo until later. I think that's everything. Lord Captain's quarters. See what I can do here. The hefty tome contains schematics of the flagship of House von Valancius, in addition to a plethora of notes, copies of reports, and other documents. This majestic portrait, painted by a skilled artist, greets guests who have been granted permission to enter the Lord Captain's quarters. The coat of arms of House von Valancius is crowned with the text of the Oath of Rogue Traders, the Emperor's faithful servants. The positions of the pieces on the board suggest that this game of regicide was interrupted. The winner was never determined. The glinting of the displayed weapons is mesmerizing. I've never seen many of these articles before. This fine sculpture, made from strange metal, seems to absorb any rays of light that fall upon it. Liturgies of the faithful to his word and name. Text below the solemn heading looks noticeably faded. It appears that the prayer book has been kept open on this page for a very long time. Bizarre fragment hung on the trophy board. The light smooth surface is dotted with dark spots and crumbling holes. A parlor organ with ivory keys, yellowed from long service. Link your account. No. Twitch. It'll get me some stuff. Nah. There's some goods here. Blast Wave. Two-handed ranged light weapon. Heirloom auto pistol. And the Wrath of St. Drusus. Oh. This one's made. That doesn't have the one thing. So the pistol can be used as if the wielder has the dual weapon combat talent. And Blast Wave. Shots from this shotgun push target 3 cells away, even if the shot misses. Some very nice stuff. Face of the Sovereign. Wearers gain an additional +1 resolve whenever they kill an enemy. Von Valencia's Cloak. While the wearers at full wounds, they gain +5 to all characteristics. Bookshelves are packed with ancient books, piles of papers, and tomes, many of which look rather worn. Checking this Chronos seems too quiet for its bulky size. At the vault. And Lord Captain's Data Chronicle, Von Valencia's Ancestry Records. Ah, okay, that's backers, I assume. Light glinting off the polished skull of some unknown Xenos seems to like the bony face is mocking you. That's an orc. Oh, I can play the organ. Master of Ablutions. Would you like to take a bath, your lordship? Perform your ablutions. I have questions about the purpose of this. Smooth water caresses your senses, and your grateful muscles welcome the chance to rest. Pleasant languor spreads through your body as you allow yourself a moment of quiet relaxation. Address the Master of Ablutions. I wish to see someone from my retinue. Argenta, I wish to know what the Sisters of Battles do in their spare time. At once. Ezethul, are you conditioning your body with water treatments? How commendable. Allow me to share some of the water exercises I learned at the Schola Progenium. It does not wait for immediate supply and immediately launches into a series of detailed instructions. Willpower 100%. Argenta, hold on a moment. Would you like me to go over any of the other exercises again? I'm not interested in your exercise. What's that? Then why have you summoned me? Surely you do not train all the time. What else do you like to do? In combat, my heart finds joy in the battle hymns of my sisters. And in the death cries of the unrighteous. When I have a rare moment to rest, I cherish the first rays of dawn and the smell of dew on the ground in places where such things can be found. Sing me your favorite battle hymn. I won't save it for the battlefield, but It's never a bad moment to praise the Emperor if we sing with sincerity in our hearts. Sister's voice is clear and passionate. Her face glows with zealous exultation. Her words call to you, compelling you to follow her through enemy hordes and across minefields, smiting down any who would oppose his glory. By the time the hymn is finished, you feel alight with glorious purpose, as though you and Argenta had been fighting side by side this whole time. I hope your heart is filled with righteous fire, Azathoul. We shall sing this hymn together again when we fight the enemies of humanity together. You are alone once more. Relax and close your eyes. The tension slowly retreats as you bring yourself to complete stillness, joint by joint, muscle by muscle, pore by pore. For long you have surrendered the bastion of your body to the bliss of oblivion. Troubles, worries, loss, such things do not belong in this newly established dominion of tranquility. There are only the infinite waters of weightlessness, in which, stripped of all things superficial, the mind of Azathoul von Valancius drifts in silent abyss. It is a conscious mind. What fills this consciousness? Dogmatic thoughts of his monumental duty to the Emperor. Such duty can only be fulfilled through service and death, for such is the price of humanity's victory in the everlasting war. Yay, we got a bit more dogmatic. The price of the many paves the way to a triumphant future for the Titan that is the protector of the Imperium. It is a heavy burden to be the ground beneath his feet, but it is glorious to serve such a righteous purpose and unity. Finish your ablutions. You feel revitalized. This was truly an experience worthy of a rogue trader. The water's calming murmurs and the warm steam feel inexplicably deceptive. A moment of weakness and rest promises nothing but danger. I can alter my appearance. There's some more loot to be had. Cracked data slate. The final transactions with the Chartist are complete. The Fire Reckoning are now equipped. The object has been loaded aboard with its containment intact. Fire Reckoning is crewed by a Servitor Hive. Chances of ship returning are minimal. Unfinished letter. His chagrin is irrelevant. Vodvir's mistake cost me too much. Years of work, tremendous resources, all wasted. He has failed at what was supposed to be irreproachable at uncovering spies, and this one was a senior officer. I am not about to discard him. Conrad has served me far too long for his removal to go painlessly for the Protectorate. Besides, he is no fool. He could not have seriously expected to become the next in the von Valancius line when his skills and talents as a master of whispers are so valuable. Let his disinheritance serve as a humiliating but instructive lesson from which he may yet learn. I can just completely recustomize my appearance, apparently. I want to keep that. Yeah. Cancel recustomization. And then look out into the void. Beyond the glass, the distant stars glimmer in the darkness of endless space, filling you with an odd sense of dread. I think that's it. Oh, there's another thing here. The long-dead eyes of this fierce monster forever capture the fear and pain of its final moments of death. Okay, I don't think that's Tyrion head. Oh, I got a buff. Well-deserved rest. The character has a higher initiative in combat. One-time bonus that disappears after combat ends. You're thoroughly refreshed and ready to take on new challenges. Oh. Yeah, let's go back to the Void Ship Bridge. Ready for your orders, Lord Captain. The vessel stands ready. I kind of want to explore the rest of the ship. To another compartment. Void Ship Shrine and Astropathic Chapel. Let's check out the shrine. I guess me and everybody. Game auto save. The power reliquary reads, I am Wrath. I am the cleansed. Whosoever wields me walks in the steps of Furia. There's a button I can press. Huh. Huh. Okay. Examine Lore Imperium 75%. Known as the Ferrum Fatum. Legend has it that its head split when it cracked open the skull of the loathsome demon Brenazar and the fire. Imperium and Victim, the shards of the unknown Angevin Crusade warriors' twin blades, returned from Pyre's captivity by the grace of the Emperor. Offer a prayer. Recite a prayer, the one you remember best. Getting me another buff. It's time a fervent prayer. +1 resolve in the next combat. The Aquila Anima. A fragmentation of the Cathedral of Eternal Redemption. Brought from the Shrine World of Solus 6. Now lost.
I've never wandered so much before.
Examine Commerce 80.
My house would be proud of me.
An ancient-looking chain sword without a fuel engine rests on a weapon rack. The shape of its teeth makes you think of the Alma Universalis, patterned from the Angevin Crusader era. The skeleton inside the sarcophagus is holding a spherical object gleaming with gold. Professor... The Rex Regale, the partially restored blade of Zethundus the Earnest, a missionary who decimated the abominable Xenos and fell in battle against the unrighteous. Initiate Clotus. A machine in the Shrine Confessional emits a low hum as it processes the congregate's Vox recordings. Initiate Clotus, what do you have to say? The lanky initiate is leaning over the cogitator, an expression of extreme mental effort on his face, his fish-like round eyes peering into the screen. Grant me understanding, master. Grant me wisdom. He winces as you approach. Your lordship, how can I be of service? Who are you and what do you do here? I'm Clotus, junior cleric. I sort recordings from the Shrine Confessional to pass on to the higher clergy. Tell me more about this confessional. Our parishioners come here to repent, share their innermost thoughts and observations of their neighbors. The sacred machine records all confessions and alters voices beyond recognition. Is there a way to find out who made which confession? There is not. He shakes his head resolutely. That would undermine the usefulness of it. The first prototype wasn't anonymous, so those confessions might as well have been carbon copies of each other. Everyone was impeccably diligent and pious and whatnot, but as soon as the machine spirit started keeping the name secret, the parishioners opened up. Good thinking making it anonymous. Keep up the fine work. I will endeavor to do so, your lordship. It appears you were having difficulties. Nothing escapes your lordship's notice. As it so happens, I am struggling to categorize 3 peculiar confessions. I wouldn't have dared to tell you about them, but I think that may have been left by senior officers, which would make this a matter of the highest order, one that is far beyond my meager understanding. These confessions, you see, are far from being examples of pious conformity. I dread the very thought of dissent or heresy poisoning the minds of some of the most eminent members of the crew, but I cannot change what I heard. He bows his head in reverence. I cannot share this with anyone, the Emperor's anointed, nor can I allow anyone but your lordship to listen to these messages protected by secrecy of confession, and I need to take biobrick, so I'm gonna go do that. I will finish this in a few minutes. I need food, I need water. Let's do that. My outbreak is going to continue for a little longer because I need food. All I want. Also, bitrate is going to go to shit for a little bit and I'm going to be in my microwave. Tuesday. What the fuck? It's not yet food. It's not yet soda. We need to go shopping. Yeah. Maybe not. Thursday. I don't need to get into new rhythm. Figure out what's in the. Oh yeah. Maybe I should go back through my streams and put in bookmarks from audiobooks. I don't think it's that serious for making streams. For gameplay streams, yeah, it's kind of nice to give people something to skip through. I can sort of work. Oh, I think I'm at 4. There's 6. And it's not like this. That's fast. Watch is really battery still, which is somehow making it go faster. Alarm. I don't actually use for alarms. Just getting fucked up by the telephone. Nope. Okay, time to watch the bitrate and see how badly it is affected by microwave. Huh. I guess the one upstairs is just gonna hold. Yeah, holding steady through. There's like a microwave not 5 feet away. What is wrong with the one upstairs? Is it like damaged or something? It's like some of the shielding is fucked. I don't know. I'm just talking to myself at this point. But hey, isn't that what streaming is? Talking to people in the funny text, or talking to yourself in the funny text messages that appear. God, why did I not do have to be so fucking good? Fucking Roja. Maybe I'm just short on vitamins. And have an addiction to caffeine. That's my main source of caffeine, so my buddies are like, yes, I must have that. Oh, man. Oh, my head. Oh. Yeah, I'm dehydrated. Ugh. Oh. Anyway. Time to eat. Of course I get down.
Pisano Fa Jack says that SUS microwave would make me paranoid, lol.
But the trick is, it's not my microwave. It's the one upstairs. It's closer to the router. It's like my microwave did not affect the bit rate at all. Right there. Oh, and nothing better than eating when you're hungry. Fulfilling your base needs is always so good. Oh. This is a confession were made by senior officers. The impressions are well spoken, and were used to addressing an audience. Perhaps they issued a power. Well, let me hear them. Initiate steps aside, putting the cogitator at your disposal. Recording 17FL.2, alleged dissent, impious doubt. One question has troubled me for years. Why are some destined to perish in the warp, while others go on living and preserve the memory of the dead? Worthier and more luminous souls have been lost, and yet I'm still here. Alleged, recording 134DU. Alleged theft of property. The orphans on the ship have already been provided with the bare essentials, but every so often I consider increasing their rations and ordering more sets of clothes for them. It will not replace the families they've lost, but will improve their lives somewhat, especially given the ship has enough resources to cover that comparably trivial expense. Despite the poor sound quality, you determined the voice to be male. You've heard the bridge officers gossiping that the high factotum has taken personal charge of the orphans. And recording 502MM, alleged coded message, irreverent. Weird kleppets display a high degree of socialization, both among their kind and towards their owners. These animals adjust well to avoid ship's lower gravity, since it is similar to their homeworld's conditions. Lop-eared kleppa meat is edible, though should necessity demand it. The voice sounds muffled, though behind a thick layer of glass, but is unmistakably a woman's. Step away from the cogitator. The initiate looks at you intrigued, but does not say a word. Curious who left these confessions, I will seek them out. Find the makers of the confessions. In this episode, we don't leave the ship. I mean, I'll probably get to it a bit later. I mean, I will leave later, but for now I just kind of want to poke around the Augustine and see what's up. I suppose those confessions truly are special, your lordship giving him his personal attention. He bows deeply. Never would I have imagined the rogue trader himself coming to my aid. I should probably check on cargo management formation. Corpus Valencius. Journal. Troubling confessions. Lord Captain heard 3 unusual confessions when that registered them. The first 2 voices seemed to be male, one lamenting the fate of those who had died in the warp, while the other was concerned about the well-being of orphans aboard the ship. The third confession came from a woman mentioning lob-eared kleppas. Senior officers would be a good starting point for investigating these messages. Good, Machine Spirit Keeper, and the Scream! I guess let's see what's up here. Void Ship Bridge, Astropathic, Sheppel, Void Ship... Confessor Adalbert. Let's see, Confessor Adalbert, a plump, rosy-cheeked old man, lighting candles and taking his time with each. Glints of fire dance on his heavy golden aquila, and in his sky blue eyes as he addresses you, smiling. The Emperor protects your lordship. Are you here to pray, or have mundane matters brought you to me? There's an incredibly profound quality to his voice, and he speaks with a mesmerizing timbre. Remind me, what is it you do on my ship? I am the ship's confessor, your lordship. No vessel that abides by the Imperium's laws can sail the void without a spiritual guide. A smaller ship does not have a member of the ecclesiarchy aboard. Entrust all matters of faith to a layperson who is a staunch adherent to the creed. A rogue trader's flagship, naturally, is expected to have a confessor who comes from a line of his reverend servants. I'm such a one. Alas, your lordship, I do not know of a way to open the locks on this particular receptacle without damaging its contents. One of the ship's confessors from the days past sealed the reliquary war so it, well, as to bar anyone from taking the weapon. I suppose it was a desperate precautionary measure against thieves and heretics who would seek to lay their hands on the holy relic. I'm sure there exists some impenetrable secret method of unlocking the reliquary. If only I knew what it is. I'll tell you at this. You visit the Shrine Confessional, or repent as the other officers do? Well, I always find time for penance on my morning and evening shifts. Why are some destined to perish in the warp while others must go living? An irrelevant question. His face takes on an expression of fathomless wisdom and calm. Our fates are in the Emperor's hands, and he does as his plans require. I see, it wasn't you. For a moment I thought you had come to confess, but now I see you have taken on the role of a cleric yourself. May the Emperor guide you in your quest for answers. Tell me about this dynastic crypt. Every rogue trader takes care to maintain an appropriate place of repose on board their flagship. For their capital may change with the passing of centuries, but the vessel of the Emperor's Anointed serves them for millennia. It's more than just a symbol of the dynasty's authority. It is the source of its power. The Lord Captain's seat in the Void lands. Oh, god damn it. The Von Valencius crypt is where rogue traders and their most loyal servants are laid to rest. As the ship's confessor, I perform the rites of burial and remembrance for these honored dead. He lets out a heavy sigh. It never occurred to this old man that he might have to send Lady Theodora on her final journey. But all is the Emperor's will. See, I would like to find out more about this place. It smells warmly at you. We could talk about the Reliquary Chapel for hours. Is this the only place of worship on the ship? Why, no. There are multiple sancta on every deck, where your subjects pray fervently, and the clergy keep a close watch on the firmness of their faith. This, on the other hand, he just stares at the glittering reliquary, is the holiest of holy places, where only the noblest among your servants are permitted to set foot. Where does this collection of sacred relics come from? Every relic we have here was either arduously tracked down by your ancestors, captured in battle against the faithless, or received as a glorious gift for glorious deeds. A show of loyalty to the Emperor that speaks for itself, does it not? He makes no effort to conceal his pride. For our part, we keep the precious relics intact and undisturbed as we conduct liturgies and perform rites. Initiate Zeke is especially diligent in his care for the relics. Though he is of common stock, he earned his position through dedication and piety. I have other questions. I would like to hear the Imperium's tenets from you. In a voice brimming with solemnity, Ethelbert begins. Every man and woman has their place in the order he created. This order must be followed and the will of one's superiors obeyed. Beware of witches, for they have been stained by the warp. Persecute mutants, for they are perversions of the human form, and hate the accursed Xenos. It will suffice for now. No need to poke him. You're positively beaming with joy. A person like you is a rare sight. He laughs good-naturedly. A fair observation. Everyone knows that the clergy must maintain a stern appearance to inspire fear and awe in their flock. His mirth fades, giving way to pensive gravitas. The truth is that my clan and I experienced great hardship. I cannot explain how it is I am standing before you now except by his will. How could one be anything but joyful when knowing they were saved by the Emperor? What happened to your clan? I was scarcely more than a child when the malady struck our cabins. First would come the fever, then the unlucky victim would start retching blood. After that, they would melt away like a candle. Only the youngest survived, myself among them. He smiles feebly. Now my family is growing, and I am grateful for each new life that replaces one lost. I have other topics to discuss. Did Lady Theodora come here often? Your predecessor always had due concern for the reliquary's maintenance and its needs, and under her rule, faith occupied its proper place in this ship. It gives you a diplomatic smile. People confess to you, do they not? I'm interested to know the thoughts of some of my subjects. Ours is a throne-fearing flock that regularly leaves Vox recordings in the Shrine Confessional housed in the eastern part of the reliquary. That allows us to maintain constant watch for any heretical tendencies. We can observe the earnesty with which our parishioners render their duties, as well as any dangerous dissent brewing in their minds. Initiate Clotus is responsible for sorting the confessions. He would be honored to offer you access to the confessional cogitator. Farewell. Anyone else with a name? Okay, I think it's this one first. Yep.
It is my destiny to traverse the unknown.
Nope. That's what Simon says. Oh. The other buttons. It resets it. TFA. FEU. Where's U? Is it even here? E, D. Ah, here it is. I think that's a U. R. Okay, so F. U.
Whatever you wish.
Huh? Oh.
How may I serve the dynasty?
U.
You are in the presence of House Orselio.
R.
I am at your service.
I.
Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay.
Hey.
Marching on.
And so we have the Unquenchable Fury. One-handed light power hammer. Power swing. Harsh shove. Maximum push distance of this maul is 5 cells, and any collision damage increased by quite a bit. You're all for melee. The Mars pattern sword is better. Take a chainsword. More consistent damage.
_Anon says hello.
Hello, World of Light. How do? You can keep the Mars pattern sword for you. Unquenchable Fury. You're not that great. But I can swap out and give you the Unquenchable Fury.
_Anon says do okay.
Good, no, do okay. Lasgun, I want you and your bolter. Where's your bolter go? There. Unfading Valor. Nice. So anyway, now we need to go talk to people. Woodship Bridge. Because I know that I passed a check telling me that our what's his name? Where is he? Down here. High Factotum. I've made a confession lately. Oh! I'd like to replace the painting of the late Theodore in my chambers. Hang my portrait instead. See, have you made a confession lately? Your Lordship, you are truly masterful at springing unexpected questions on men. However, I must admit, I don't quite understand this one. Your friends on the ship have been prevented a lot. Very essentials. He'll touch nervously with the rings on his fingers until he musters the courage to reply. I'll not pry into how your lordship found out about my confession. It's suppose it raises some questions for you. I'm willing to allocate extra resources to provide for the orphans. I marvel at your generosity. Will there be any specific instructions, your lord? I trust you with this matter. Spend as much as you deem necessary. His eyes glisten sentimentally. Children will know that you are their benefactor. As for me, I can assure you that I will find ways to procure enough funds to cover the expenses. Yeah. I would like to replace the painting of the late Theodora in my chambers. Hang my portrait instead. It will be done, your lordship. Oh, there's Adira. I haven't gotten the chance to talk to you. The tall, middle-aged woman stares straight ahead, her eyes vacant as she rubs the implant at her temple. Her collar is undone, and one of the clasps is on the verge of falling off. Sensing your presence, she turns her head towards you and offers you a crooked smile, even as her eyes look straight through you. Adira, about your abilities.
What are you talking about, Lord Captain?
You're a psyker. Psykers are only granted the right to live with the Emperor's blessing. Have you ever been to Terra?
Look, Lady Theodora couldn't care less if some eggheads measured my brains or not. It's not about the seal on your forehead, get it? It's about what's in your gut, if it's rotten or not. My gut's stronger than the adamantine on this here ship, and my implants are better than the ones they put in you on your Terra. If they weren't, I wouldn't have lived as long as I have.
She bares her teeth in a savage grin, a febrile gleam in her eye. What the fuck was that? What? Feverish, full of nervous energy. Do I not have the... TTS not on? No, it's been working. Where do you come from?
Lyra, an outlying world in the Heathen Stars region. In the Coronis Expanse, the deeper you go, the less visible the Astronomicon gets, and the less people know about the Imperium. The arrival of a rogue trader is the best thing that can happen to a world like that. The very best.
Tell me about Lyra.
It's an out-of-the-way planetoid between two faint stars. On Lyra, a dozen local tyrants fight over 5 measly continents. But they use everything they can to win, from poison to psychers. I haven't been there in many years, but there's nothing for me to miss. Trust me. But here on the ship is a different story altogether. I saw more wonders in my first year serving Lady von Valancius than I'd seen in my whole life on Lyra. Like my first journey through the warp, I was in bed for 3 days. I felt like supernovas were exploding in my head. I only found out later that I'd gotten off easy. Just through the bulkhead in the bay next to mine, a whole team turned into... Look at me rambling on, Lord Captain. Pay no attention.
You never finished your story about your first time crossing the warp.
It wasn't like it was a very fun trip, Lord Captain. But look, if you want to be entertained, I'm the woman for the job. I'll entertain you with one of the stories from my collection, no problem. But if you want to hear about the time I melted everyone in the bay next door, well, I just don't really want to go into the details on that one, all right?
What did you do before you came to be on this ship?
Oh, I embroidered wall hangings in honor of our national heroes. I did the same thing I do here, Lord Captain. Divining. Our rulers prized the ability to see into the future. Every psyker that could be found was worth a small fortune on Lyra. There's no such thing as a peaceful life on Lyra. People like me were especially sought after. They'd pick psychers up wherever they found them, buy kids off their parents, even just abduct them. Take me for instance. I got taken from my street gang. The older kids sold me when they noticed there was something off about me. The ruling dynasties had schools where they trained us and beat us black and blue. And then they packed us off to serve. Some of us held on for a long time, but others didn't last. Not everyone's as smart and talented as me, you know. Some people crossed the line and were out of commission before their time.
Adira looks at you expectantly, then, as though clarifying, she uses her hands to indicate a head exploding and laughs. How did you end up in the rogue trader's service?
Theodora von Valancius paid a visit to the ruler I was serving at the time. I don't know what the visit was for, and it's no business of mine anyway. I can still remember the way the voices in my head changed when I looked at her. They were practically screaming. She had so much behind her, and plenty ahead of her too. And as I gawped at her, all of a sudden I heard a whisper. A hint, a suggestion, nothing more. But I know the difference between idle chatter and a real threat. I seized my chance and approached Theodora. I managed to whisper a couple of words in her ear before the wardens dragged me away. They beat me and locked me up. No wonder. It wasn't my place to converse with outsiders. And then, Theodora's people came for me. They broke down the wall, butchered their guards. Also, I could tell them my warning in full. So, I said the rest, but I didn't want to go back to my old life. And so I entered the service of the von Valancius dynasty.
Have you ever been off the ship?
A few times. Not many. And if I think about it, why would I want to? I've got everything I need here. All the whispers I hear are familiar ones. They almost feel like family. And if I want to hear about the nightmares off the ship, I can. After some Amasek. But don't go getting the wrong idea. If I have to, I'll follow you to the edge of the galaxy.
Let's talk about something else.
Of course, Lord Captain.
What's it like being a Psyker?
You could ask yourself that question, eh, Lord Captain?
Decision consequences. You are a Psyker.
Every Psyker feels their connection with the warp in their own way. One person might see spots and shadows out of the corner of their eye. Another feels fingers running down their spine. As for me, I've got a door in my head. One that's open just a crack. There's no way to close it, no matter how hard I try. I've just had to get used to the whispers from the other side. When I need to use it for work, I listen in more closely. But I usually just try not to notice it.
How do you live with this whispering in your head?
Training, habit, and a little Amasek and a couple other things you can get on the lower decks. If you put all those together, it makes things bearable. Sometimes I even wonder if I'm imagining half the voices I hear. You know, when life on board gets a little boring. Better than listening to the living, anyhow.
What would happen if your door burst open?
Well, if the door opens, that means somebody's planning to come in, right? But screw them. They're not coming through. Trust me. I know how to keep my valuable head locked up tight.
Aren't you afraid of losing control?
Only losers who are afraid of their own gift lose control. Or idiots who never figure out what they are before it's too late. Or little kids who want to play around with their shiny new toy. If you don't know the limits of your abilities, or you're always bouncing around in your own head, that's a recipe for disaster.
Can you see my future?
All right. That's what I'm here for, after all. So, I'm just going to lean on that door in my head a little more, prick up my ears, and listen to what the warp's got to say about you. If you'll allow it, I can listen right now.
Sure.
All right. Let's hear what they're whispering about you.
She laughs, rubs her hands together, suddenly freezes with a vacant smile on her face, her head slightly tilted. You feel goosebumps appear on your skin, and your color begins to waver ever so slightly, as if moved by a breeze from a half-open door.
Among the blind men and false prophets, a red-robed sage seeks the answer to a question. He does not know that it is not the answer he must seek, but the question that will draw everything into focus. Will you help him, Rogue Trader? But mark that sometimes ignorance is sweeter than oblivion. A chained hound chases after glimmers of the aurora, but sparks in the scent of oil confound his nose. A chain trails after him. What will happen if you pick it up? Will you become his master, or merely another beast in the pack of his true lord? The glow of dawn bursts forth from its prison. Dungeon walls cannot contain the dark essence wallowing in the dust. A naive cub pushes his nose into a familiar hand, one that holds death in twisted glass. Cherish it or cast it off as a burden. The sword of change has already been raised. What is one more life to it? I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in, somehow. But for now...
She shrugs sheepishly and sniffs. Things are strained between you and Argenta, isn't that right?
The little sister is afflicted with her own set of voices. Ones that whisper to her about corruption and heresy. The silly girl doesn't realize that if she wants to find the source, she needs to start by looking in her own head.
Do you know Theodora von Valancius well?
None of the officers knew the Lord Captain well. Not even Abelard, and she was always closer to him than anyone else. She told me from the off if I ever listened to anything in the warp about her without her permission, I'd be going out through the airlock. I'm not an idiot, so I never stuck my nose where it didn't belong. Only when I was asked. It's hard to wrap my head around the fact that she's gone. Lady von Valancius gave me everything I have. She opened the stars to me and the paths between them. I still think I can hear her voice.
I must take my leave.
Of course. Always at your service. Whenever you need me.
Dialogue. Abelard. Yeah, I want you to have the one sword. So you can actually hit stuff. Deadshot stub revolver. I almost kind of want that for myself. To replace the long las. I mean, that together with... which one was it? The heirloom auto pistol that allows you to count as having the dual weapon combat talent. Short range, though. Then I will give you Blast Wave. Wrath of Drusus. Doesn't deal as much damage. Doesn't have an area attack, but increases damage from all sources against any hit targets by 15%. It's also a chainsword, so it's got that extra critical damage. So yeah, I'll give you that. Yeah, no particular armor. I'd rather have you in your trusty carapace. For myself, I will go ahead and swap out the... Oh. I don't have enough strength to use the Deadshot stub revolver. I can fix that soonish, I think. Let's see. Von Valencia's cloak. Let's keep the lore warp. Strongest logic. I do. Well, we'll be picking up on villain soon enough. What's the other thing? Journal. A high factotum. Noting the fate of those who've died in the warp. I have a feeling it's not going to be companions. But the officer. Hey, Ravor. I've made a confession lately. Nope, my connector hasn't worked as it is. Why are some destined to perish in the warp while others go on living? Thank you for your answers. It's definitely not you. Let's see. Uwe. Officers, Argenta. Heinrich Monteg. I've made a confession lately. Sounds like the start of an interesting conversation. No, I have not. Clearly, you prefer private confessions. Remember that I can actually use Wasti. Voxmax Turbintus. Lower your voice conspiratorially. Lop-eared Cleppas, the confessions. Sir, you heard my confessional message. Do you wish to talk about it? The important question is why. I was fault checking the Vox devices in the ship's reliquary. The message reporting works, but deletion does not. You've helped me establish that. Thank you. Wait, why lop-eared Cleppas specifically? At that time, it was nothing to repent of, so I dictated an excerpt from an old letter to my mother. As you heard, it contained arguments in favor of keeping lop-eared Cleppas on the ship. I can still recite it from memory. Victus, I want a pair of Cleppas aboard the ship. When I quote my mother's response, that is impossible. You see, the species went extinct several centuries ago. Her voice grows ever slightly warmer. I'm very... sorry, Lord Captain, there aren't any Cleppas to be had. Your confession perplexed the initiate. Find a way to delete it, and we shall forget about it. Will do, Lord Captain. Would you like to discuss other matters? Then... Dying in the warp. Might be someone elsewhere on the ship.
Grumpisano Fa Jack says, well, I've had a long day and I'm going to hit the sack early. Best of luck with the heretics, and I'll catch what I missed tomorrow.
See you later,
Good
Jack.
night, all.
Sleep well. Let's go to the Astropath Chapel then.
They're staring at me with their burnt eyes like I'm a leper. I'm just passing through, alright? So you lots can calm down.
Your presence has flooded the Astropath souls with myriad shades of horror. No, we should not tarry here.
Logic. The machine uses its many clothes to convert the Astropath's whispers to paper, and sorts the resulting raw mental images based on their meaning. The drone is furnished with a conductive charge supply and can be turned into instruments of execution at any moment. Let's go pick up those goods. Trophies were packed as carpet. What's this thing?
I go where the whispers lead.
Back of the throne is smeared with something dark, red, and cold. So we're good there. Servitors, astropaths, tribal servants. Underneath the grill, you see enormous outlines of formidable machines in a greenish haze.
How can one find the right way without his light?
And a stream of symbols filled the paper tapes. A deceased navigator's organ repurposed for the choir master's needs. Here is where precious messages converge from all over the chapel. Choir master Zachary Weiss, a tall old man in a long green robe, stands motionless in front of a cogitator. The closer you approach, the clearer you can hear his continuous, unintelligible whisper. You're about to call his name when he falls silent sharply and turns towards you first. Lord Captain! A visit from the rogue trader is an honor to us. Like other astropaths of the chapel, the choir master's eyes are bandaged over with time-worn scrolls of sacred manuscripts. Nevertheless, you cannot shake the feeling that his otherworldly glowing gaze is studying you keenly. How can I be of use, your lordship? Sanctioning is a brutal procedure, one which robs every astropath of the gift of sight. But in return, they gain a new kind of vision that allows them to see what ordinary people cannot. Mind me, who are you? Wrinkled face and drooping corners of the mouth, focused yet courteous at the same time. My name is Zachary Weiss. Your lordship, I am the choir master of the Astropathic Choir. I was posted to the ship soon after my soul-binding ritual on Holy Terra. You might say I've been serving House Valancius all my life. I've made a confession lately. I beg your lord's pardon. There are some destined to perish in the warp, while others must go on living. How odd. Odd that you should have listened to my confession, and odd that you should choose to approach me afterward. Why? I felt there was anguish in that confession. I wanted to help. My confession made you anxious on my account, resulting in a waste of time, for which I apologize. I'm thankful for your consideration. The smile is a bittersweet smile. Death always keeps close to astropaths, and its punishments for arrogance and weaknesses are severe. I've seen my fellows die, and at times the memories that are exceedingly hard to bear. Sadly, almost every choir has a story like that. A survivor who has carried their ghosts with them ever since it lets out a ragged breath. My apologies, but I cannot continue worrying at these old wounds. Directing a choir requires a clear and firm state of mind. How did you like serving under Lady Theodora? I served her for 2 decades and never knew another Lord Captain before your ascension. With her, I've been through... He fell silent, as though briefly transported in his mind to another place. The shadow of regret creeps on his face. Many things. She had a good understanding of my significance within the overall mechanism of the ship's services. Poorly concealed irritation creeps into the expression of regret on his face, which, however, did not stop her from neglecting my warnings. I'm confused, so how old are you? My calculations are correct, having factored in our movements to the warp. Then I turned 34 a month and a half ago. There's a pause. Can't quite decide if the old man in front of you was joking, but there is not the slightest hint of a smile on his face. Tell me about the Astropathic Choir. Of course, Lord Captain. Is there something specific you would like to know? What is this place? To us astropaths, this place is our cradle and our grave, Lord Captain. You are at the conflux of every secret missive, every order of prime importance, every scheme being plotted behind the scenes. You are at a place where each of your loyal astropaths is ready to lay down their lives for crumbs of information, if that is what you wish. We send and receive messages. For hours turning into days, we wander the dark depths of the immaterium, carrying our voice through the warp's eternal night, plunging it to our comrades in some remote refuge. Not plunging. Accepting the voices, signals, and missives of others into our own abode. Those are most often meant for you. At times, they're meant for no one. Point to the mechanical drum. What device is this? It is a sacred compiler that helps us store record, store, and to an extent unriddle messages. Astropaths first perceive these messages in the form of muddled images, dictating what they see to the machine, which logs their every word. From the reels of the receivers on the ceiling, the machine-recorded words are routed through lines on the floor to transcribers, and then the thesaurus core. This core is the most important part of the mechanism, as it contains a vast catalog of various symbols and the methods of their interpretation. The compiler matches the images and the messages against its data, and forwards the results to the central cogitator, and myself, so that I can begin the ritual of decoding. I know of no other choir that possesses so wise a mechanism, and I praise the God Emperor for its existence. However, while the compiler hastens the extraction of intelligible meanings from perplexing imagery, an astropath must still open their mind to interpretation, which is no less perilous than the rights of receiving or sending an astropathic message. If your message knows the meaning of the symbols, why can't it decode the messages itself? Regrettably for us all, your lordship, astropathic messages are not ciphered dispatches, but rather psychic imprints containing information. Only an astropath can read the entirety of something created through the medium of the warp. Furthermore, as messages pass through the immaterium, they may become distorted by malevolent intent. It falls to your servants alone to shield their mind from with faith and separate the true meaning from the influence of the ruinous powers. So if you wanted to hide certain information from me, you could. His face twists in a bitter grimace. My duty is to shield you from the monstrous communications that filter through the warp. The screams of the Emperor's loyal servants, centuries dead by now. Nightmarish, maddening images of the Seed of Souls. Accursed symbols that cause astropaths to convulse in violent fits of frenzy. The messages from abominations in search of weak minds to devour. Concealing all of that from you is my duty. How does one become an astropath? Gives you a polite smile. I would assume that you know that answer yourself. Well, your lordship, I've walked a similar road to yourself, even though you took a different turn than I. We were all part of the Imperial Tithe once. Psychers were delivered to Terra on the Black Ships, but only a few of the candidates had what it took to study astropathy. Fewer still successfully completed the equivalent training to be eligible for soul binding, and almost none survived the initiation. He throws his head back. We were given the privilege to behold the Emperor's light, a light flawless and searing. His pious smile visits his lips. That changes you. It wounds you irreparably. Takes your eyesight, but in exchange, you can commune with greatness. His presence in our souls fortifies them as we stand against malicious powers. After the ritual, an astropath is assigned their position. At this or that adeptus, an astropathic relay or ship. More often than not, our first place of service is also our last. If something happens to your choir, where can I find new astropaths? The expression on his face grows even more serious. It would be more on point to say when something happens. The Emperor's blessing protects us from the warp's various influences. However, there are horrors dwelling in the void for which even this defense would be no obstacle, especially if one spends as much time in their company as we do. There's only one way to procure astropaths, and that is through the Adeptus Stratum. Luck permitting, unattached astropaths from the sector will be posted to the ship. Ones who, for whatever reason, have lost their place of service. Failing that, the request will go to Terra, and we will have to wait a long time. That said, there are other options. Blasphemous, forbidden options, he grimaces. Unsanctioned psychers, unprotected and broken souls who seldom live past their first few seances. But even those would do, should the God Emperor put our souls through severe trials. And judging by how rabid the warp has been of late, by the number of dead astropaths, those trials will be upon us sooner than our prayers could reach Terra. I know a couple of places where you can get new astropaths, she grins maliciously. That's, of course, if you don't insist on them being all classy and proper like this fried-eyed bunch. Other topics. Loud noise inside the chapel. Does it not bother you? On the contrary, Lord Captain. It is a mental focusing technique used by your flagship's choir, one that I invented myself. This music was written by an astropath. What my charges and I hear is not what ordinary people hear. Its true depth and beauty cannot be fathomed without the Emperor's blessing. The music protects our minds from rudimentary thoughts, purifies and sharpens them. But above all else, It serves as a beacon of sorts amid the tumultuous sea of souls, a thread to lead us home from the deadly maze. We'll speak later, Choir Master. I have other business to attend to. Let's see. Stream, Machine Spirit Keeper, Trouble. Let's keep poking about. Make sure I'm not missing any potential loot. Logic 100%. This text is ready for final interpretation. The compiler sends it to the Choir Master along with the list of meanings for the known images. Sigma AR-87. Protect us from the machine spirit's unrest, for without his gifts our sacrifices are fruitless. You can barely hear the voice of the young astropath, standing very still next to the bulky mechanism. His face frozen in a mask of despair. His anemic hands are pressed to his chest, clutching crumpled strips of thick paper. He hears your approach and composes himself. The Engine Seer, a tech priest whose specialization is the maintenance and repair of sacred machines, his head lowered, does not so much as glance in your direction. With his hands folded underneath his robes, he makes a barely audible, unpleasant prayer. A prayer in Technolingua. Binaric. Cant Mechanicus, a collection of dialects used by the Adeptus. Mechanicus and its tech priests can be used as a spoken language with audio bursts or as a machine code with electrical signals. What's going on here? The sacred compiler is ailing your lordship. The gloom has come over the machine spirits. They're disrupting the mechanism's operation. The 12th row of the drum is now adding incorrect symbols. The man shows you a stack of papers, and you notice at once the rows of squiggles in each line end with the same glyph. You summon the servants of the Omnissiah, but the machine spirit is not too eager to heed their prayers. The esteemed Engine Seer is in a state of tech prayer trance, and he won't move from the spot for a day now. He shrinks his head into his shoulders timidly. I had the audacity to think the sacred compiler could be better helped by examining its parts, but who am I to question the secret knowledge of the Adeptus Mechanicus? Let's see if there is any way I can help. Alright, compiler of the astropath malfunctioning. Astropath are sorry to help, and the perpetrator may wish to provide it. The mechanism that permeates the entire temple has been. Every issue causing the problem must be identified and resolved. It's pulse logic, which wouldn't help with tech use. I think I might want to save this for when I have a tech priest. Let's go down to Rykard Minoris or whatever.
Onward.
Back to the bridge. Let's go pick up a tech priest so I can get someone that's better at tech use. Someone that's made for it. Coronis Expanse map. Rykard. Before I do that, I'm gonna do another buy break because my bladder's full. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Come on, Minoris. Scan. Lord Captain, there's some commotion on the officer's deck. The Lady Navigator has left her quarters and is currently in the wardroom, where uninitiated crew members are shunning her in terror. Perhaps you should find out what has brought Cassia to the deck. Alright, what's up, Cassia? My dear fish wife.
Lord Captain, my apologies. I did not notice your entrance.
She's engrossed in perusing the dusty tomes, which appear to have been neglected by the other officers, be it because of sloth or dullness of mind. When you look close, she looks up at you, starts, and hides a withered book behind her back. Let's see, it pleases me to see you adjusting to life aboard the ship.
Compared to Urak 5, your ship is a boundless world of unfamiliar hues. And yet, the abundance of bright colors can at times be wearisome on the eyes. The bridge and the decks are so clamorous. In my search for a place of quiet, I was fortunate to come upon this islet of serenity filled with rare tomes and practically devoid of color.
Let's see, the events that took place in Urak 5 must have shaken you greatly. Are you well?
One should not underestimate the navigators of House Orselio, Lord Captain. Like a shawl of pale smoke, a faint malaise hangs upon my shoulders, but it will not be the slightest hindrance to my duty to humanity, and my duty to you.
Cassia's response is reserved and pointedly decorous, clearly intended to create a distance between you two. I hope you have had ample time to calm yourself and your powers.
There are people on this ship who are far more impulsive and dangerous to others, and far less devoted to the God Emperor than a herald of the Navis nobility. But I did not need your words to see the shades of umber unease that whirl around your subjects whenever I am near. Were I not acquainted with such a reaction, I could have found their behavior and your question just now insulting.
Point to the book on Cassia's hands. I see you are fond of reading.
Oh, this. I found this fascinating read on one of the shelves, and I must say, it has caught my eye. Its every chapter is written in verse. I find it so beautiful and enrapturing.
She carefully shows you the book, which turns out to be a collection of works by the Cadian naval commander and poet, alias Quint.
Urak 5 had a vast archive of its own, of course. Although most of the works within had to do with scholarly disciplines of some sort or another. Only in my sparse moments of respite was I allowed to escape into the pages of more embellished works.
She gently brushes the dust off the cover of her with her thin clawed hand, her eyes filled with longing after reminiscing about her lost home. Your only attendant is your valet from Yark 5. Do my servants not measure up to your standards?
No. It is not that at all, Lord Captain. It is just that Uwe is quite capable of carrying out his duties by himself. He is well accustomed to my whims and preferences.
Cassia cringes ever so slightly, adjusting the adornment on her forehead, and awkwardly hides her clawed fingers in the folds of her clothes. The unusual appearance of navigators often becomes the topic of gossip among lowly servants and officers alike. It is unsurprising, then, that Cassia prefers the company of one who is used to how she looks.
Lord Captain, would you kindly explain to me why you are pestering me with these questions? Inquiring about my mood and my needs, showing an interest in the books I am enjoying? You are behaving as if you possessed a shred of fellow feeling for one such as I. I beg your pardon, Lord Captain. That was no way for a navigator to conduct herself.
Frightened by her own words, she covers her mouth, pales, blushes, and then pales again and hides her face behind a cascade of her snow-white hair. Do I want to take this further? Let's see, I'm beginning to think, Lady Cassia, that the feelings I have for you are far more complicated than common sympathy. You have nothing to apologize for. Human emotions are natural, be they good or bad. It's just as natural to share them with others. You have nothing to apologize for. Human emotions are natural, be they good or bad, and it's just as natural to share them with others.
Please forgive me. I cannot even understand myself right now. Your words and attention have reminded me of life on the station, of Theobald and Felek. I do not understand. They were merely the keepers of Urak 5. So why do memories of those two make me feel a strange heaviness here? At the same time, I find myself overwhelmed with new excitement and anticipation. At last, I have set foot outside my familiar walls and into a world that I have only seen before in the pages of books. Your ship alone is a treasure trove of remarkable artifacts and curiosities. And just imagine the things that await beyond, but my delight must seem childish to you, surely. In your heart, you must be finding all this quite amusing.
Would you perhaps like to join me in my chambers? I got 3 options I want. Let's go ahead and roll it. Or would want. 2. If I roll high, I will invite her to my chambers. If I roll low, I will invite her to my chambers. If I roll high, I will be sympathetic. Sympathy is. I understand what you're going through. My life was turned upside down not too long ago, too.
Indeed. I did not know. That is to say, I could not have known, as it is the first time we are speaking in a circumstance so private. My word, when I found this place, it was so full of officers. Why did they all leave?
So if it may be so bold to presume, my subjects must have found themselves overcome by your rare beauty, as I have. I mean, the obvious answer is they were disturbed by her appearance and being near a mutant.
Words like that, Lord Captain, could easily be misconstrued. You should familiarize yourself with some of the works in your library to learn the appropriate manner of conversing with a lady.
Struggling to maintain an expression of polite indifference, Cassia covers her burning face and swiftly exits the room. Gotta take things slow, you know. And I'm just standing here awkwardly. I guess now that we're not fighting in here, there's nothing to pick up. The Void Ship Bridge again. Yeah then. If advanced a relationship with her a touch. So she should be around here somewhere. Oh, Ms. Cassia.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations.
What does your special sight reveal?
You are engulfed in clouds the color of dark umber. They carry an old pain, and doubt.
As if in a trance, Cassia reaches for your shoulder with the tips of her fingers. A strange feeling of relief comes over you, as if your lungs have fully opened, allowing you to take a deep breath for the first time in ages. The young woman notices your expression and jerks away, frightened.
I beg forgiveness for my inappropriate behavior. When I see such oppressive colors, I immediately want to paint them a different hue, to disperse them. I already mentioned I cannot control it, except this time, I thought I would be able to, for whatever reason.
Nothing shameful about wanting to help. You should ask for my permission next time.
That is what I will do next time.
Oh, the character models do not.
I
are
have
not
enjoyed.
flattering. All non-usable items are automatically parked into cargo. Anyway, onwards to Rykad Minoris. Permission to report, Lord Captain. Members of a sacred cult operating aboard this ship have requested an audience. They wish to present gifts and introduce themselves to their new captain. What sacred cult? They call themselves the Blood-Spun Web. The cult defends the flagship from both internal and external threats. Lady Theodora held them in high regard and looked favorably upon their activities. I am ready to receive them. I will commence preparations at once, Lord Captain. I just want to beat my... I just want to get to the engineer. Those on the deck watch in awe as the final figure moves gracefully into a ceremonial pose. Some of the offers whisper in excitement, while others murmur prayers to the God Emperor.
The Undying Emperor commanded us to spin a web of blood around his children, and we obeyed. We obey still.
They fall silent as a tall, young woman steps forward. She moves towards you soundlessly, with the dim light casting shadows across the mask that conceals her face. The masked cultists repeat words in a mournful whisper. We obey still.
Domin von Valancius, death has whispered your name. We disown Domin Theodora. We renounce our oath to her.
The woman's slender fingers have been fitted with a metal claw. She points it to your direction and gazes at you from beneath her bone mask with the cold, grim eyes of an assassin. She pulls out a sinister curved blade, and similar weapons suddenly appear in the hands of her motionless companions.
And now we give the gift of our blood to you. It is the gift of death.
Their blades...
Death has whispered your name. The followers of the tenets of the web swear fealty to their new overlord and offer proof of their devotion.
Their blades sing through the air, and rivulets of crimson flow into the deck. The young woman bows her head reverently as she hands you a heavy parcel. The others bow their heads as well. They seem unconcerned by the blood that trickles down their fingers.
We give you a blade, the silent verdict. The Undying One has chosen you to wield this instrument of death. We give you one of our own, Kibella. She will be your shield and shadow. And we give you the blood of these traitors. The tenets of the web will purify their souls.
You have heard many stories about death cults such as this one. These devoted holy assassins of the Imperium have turned death into a form of worship of the Emperor. They are exemplary slayers, invisible executioners, and the scourge of traitors, heretics, and fallen souls. Many righteous people honor them as votaries of the faith, while others see their fearsome rituals as frenzied spectacles touched by madness. Examine the cultists. The cultists are all voidborn. Their lithe, sinewy bodies are clad in light armor, which allows them to move with an acrobat's nimble grace and strike with an assassin's swift surety. Their red and black vestments are adorned with sharp spikes and ritual jewelry. Where time and training have worn their garments threadbare, you can make out patterns of bleeding lacerations. Examine the captives. Prisoners cower beneath the weight of your gaze. Blood drips down the tear-stained faces of the captured officers, technomats, and workers. A word has been carved into each of their foreheads with meticulous precision. Traitor, heretic, apostate, renegade. The cuts have been diligently and regularly reopened to prevent healing.
These renegades committed treachery against their domin. Their lips once praised the name of Kunrad Voigtveer, but it is your name they will whisper as they cross over to the other side.
Interesting. So a death cult watches over my crew. They who honor the Emperor through killing, who devote their every deed to serving him, sacred executioners.
The Domin has discerned our essence. This is a great honor for the blood-spun web. We have woven the bays of this ship together with the threads of our faith for many years. We keep the greatest relic, his tarot, through which he sends us his blessed revelations. We obey the whispers of the Undying One. This is our service to him. This is our service to you.
A deck of psychoactive cards bearing sacred and meaningful images. Tarot cards are used for divination and predicting the future. They are believed to be able to capture images sent by the Emperor himself. In the hands of a skilled psyker, the Emperor's tarot can be a truly potent divination tool. Your heart is filled with awe as you gaze at the cultists. You recognize this feeling, you've experienced it before. As you walk through the scorching flame and survived, seal your soul with your faith in the God Emperor and walk through the flames of the Ephesus just in time to rendezvous with Edelfrad. They serve the God Emperor with wholehearted faith and devotion. What exactly does a cult like the Bloodsport Web do?
The tenets of the web teach us to read the threads of the future and understand the hearts of others. When a soul is filled with the poison of corruption, we know its time has come. We bring liberation. 3 strikes, 3 rebukes, 1 blade. This is how we serve the Undying One. This is how we serve you and your flagship. But there are others, the virtuous martyrs who contravene his design without realizing it. Those who have come too close to faltering or committing an apostasy, but have not erred yet. We present such souls to the Undying One.
You kill innocent people?
We do not desire their death. We do not seek them out in the darkness. They come to us, and we usher them from this life if his sacred tarot reveals that the Emperor wishes to accept these martyrs.
You mentioned the tenets of the web. What are they?
Our laws and teachings, our philosophy and way of life, our art of combat and spiritual dogma. The tenets are the blood-spun web itself. Humanity owes its existence to the Undying Emperor's sacrifice. It is he who protects us from a darkness of terrors. Hence, each of us has a duty to serve him, and a duty to die for him. To act otherwise is to waste the life that has been given to us by the Undying One, to become a thief. We help others understand this. We help them to live and die righteously.
You have my blessing. May your blades bring swift death to the Emperor's enemies.
The blood-spun web will not forget your words, Domin. They are the wisdom of the tenets and the benediction of our duty.
Tell me about yourself, Cabela. Are you the leader of the Bloodspun Web, or its herald, or its servant?
I am the second spinner of the blood-spun web. The honor of this title is bestowed only upon those who have ushered more souls than... It is shameful to speak of one's own deeds. I'm here to become your shadow, not to make boasts.
She stops abruptly, touching the slender finger to the fresh wound on her hand and paints the symbol of a lock across her lips in blood. On towards the captives. Why have you brought this rabble to the upper decks?
So you may offer the souls of these traitors as a gift to him. You have the authority to order their execution. Their blood will bind us together through him. For the God Emperor, the Undying One is death itself. The Undying One is duty itself. Give the order, Domin. Let a spinner of the blood-spun web undergo the test of a sacred trial.
The others echo her words from beneath their bone masks. Undergo the test. Give weapons to the traitors. It's time for Cabela to prove herself.
A dagger that has not sliced through sinew is nothing more than a toy. Let the final dance begin.
She motions to the other cultists. They release the captives from their restraints and place weapons in their hands. I guess this is the point where we see her specialty in action.
Your Emperor won't save you!
Cry, flee, pray. You cannot alter your fate.
You cannot stop the angels faithful!
Death from above. The dancer leaps into the air and lands on a selected cell. Upon landing, they deal 9 damage to all adjacent enemies. Sleep can be made from any unoccupied cell in a 3-cell radius. Provoke attacks of opportunity cannot jump to a cell that is inaccessible in combat. Multiple times per turn, but each time requires a charge to be spent, inflicting 1 stack of short of breath. Gains 1 charge of this ability each time they kill a target. Squiddy kills made this ability. Can only be used with a sword equipped. And raining blood. Difficult assassins next single target melee attack flushes blood in the 5-cell combined target. Assassin allies in the affected area gain blood blessed. Every enemy gains blood stained. Either way, lasting 2 rounds. Also, are covered in blood for 2 rounds. Whenever a creature interacts with a cell, with such a cell, most of theirs stands there at the moment. The effect is applied. Gains an additional stack of blood blessed or blood stained. Additionally, for every 10 wounds, the assassin loses through the entire combat. Each creature affected by blood blessed or blood stained gains 1 stack of the thing. That's from above there.
Is a blessing.
Silence!
I shall not. As honor or killing brings me no pleasure.
Nice. Ooh, she's gonna be really good.
Welcome his embrace.
Repent! Or perish!
Doesn't have any action points left.
The shadows will start. The other side awaits.
Nice.
As honor, death is a blessing.
Let's see. Short of breath reduces strength, perception by 10%, and dodge by 20%. Blood file.
Trust me. I cannot serve you in this way. As the tenants demand, let your soul come. The other side awaits.
The true believers will inherit all.
As honor or death, killing brings me no pleasure.
Yeah. Cut to the heart, a cut to the throat, a cut to the stomach. These wounds have been inflicted according to his pleasure. The blood of the apostates will wash away the stain of their treachery, so that their souls may prostrate themselves before the Undying One's throne and beg his forgiveness. She wipes the blood from her blade in one swift movement. I have acted with reverence and shown proof of my loyalty. Will you expect me, Domi Nazathoul? Will you make me your shield and shadow? Hell yeah. And from High Factotum, Janris Danrock. Your lordship, the spinners of the blood-spun web were watching, tracking, and killing von Valencia's enemies long before the warrant of trade passed to Lady Theodora. However, their blade has also been known to cut short the lives of highly upstanding persons. He swallows nervously, casting a fleeting glance at Kabila. But I certainly do not in any way condemn the deeds of this deeply esteemed cult. I'm sure they must have had good reason. Master at Arms. Clears her throat. The cultists are the scourge of the seditious. They bring the unrighteous to ruin. The enforcers respect the bloodspun web, for we share a common goal, to bring his light and his harsh justice to the darkest depths of the ship. Heinrich Montag says, Scourge of the seditious or not, folks are afraid of them for a reason. A couple of watches ago, these spinners took a train driver to pieces for some kind of ritual. I don't know what old Malak did to earn that privilege, though. He's going to feed his family now. Heinrich takes a drag of his Eho stick, exhaling the thick smoke through his clenched teeth. But that's a lower decker problem. What matters is that the blood-spun web serves you faithfully, Lord Captain. Confessor Adalbert, my predecessor's predecessor, once delivered a sermon about how the spinners saved this vessel from the servants of the archenemy. The blood-spun web paid the price in blood, a river of scarlet that flooded the decks from bridge to bilge. They became the blood of the flagship, the pulse in its veins, and the beat of its heart. Their great sacrifice earned them the favor of House von Valencius. Let's see, I wish to hear what my retinue thinks. I've heard, though only at a distance, the prayers of the spinners offer up to him. I've seen how their deeds fill the people's hearts with confidence in the inevitability of his wrath. Their loyalty to the Emperor is without question, as is their willingness to lay down their lives in the fight against the archenemy. Although Lady Theodora never granted the cult an audience, or brought a spinner into her retinue, she respected the web and approved of its mission. It is strange. Their shadowy forms are swathed in darkness, yet a radiant light burns within them like scarlet flame. I think it is a good sign. It is rare to see anyone filled with such light, even among the servants of the faith. You will be my shadow, Kabila. Her movements are slow, almost rhythmic, as she removes her ceremonial mask. The dark shadows of her eyes accentuate the deathly pallor of her skin, which is covered in ritual scars. Henceforth, I am your shadow, Domin Azathoul von Valencius, an instrument of death placed in your hand by the Undying One. For it was ordained, and so his tarot forspoke. She bows her head once more. I also come bearing an invitation from the Vizier of the Bloodspun Web, who wishes you to know that the doors of the Undying One's temple are open to you. Are you suggesting that the Lord Captain should go into the depths of his flagship to search for this temple? With all due respect, the lower decks are for servants and crew. They're not a fitting place for his lordship. Forspoke? What do you mean? What tarot? The greatest, most sacred relic of the Bloodspun Web, the Emperor's tarot. Only his chosen servants may earn their permissions to rain blood upon the cards and perform a reading to see portents of the future, shadows of the past, or tangles of the present. However, the secrets of his tarot are not for the ears of lay people to hear. I cannot tell you more, not here, not now. Who is the Vizier? He is the first among us. The Vizier has spun the web of faith for 5-fold longer than I have lived. Blood of the ship's blood, my mentor and teacher. Why is he not here to deliver the message himself? He is old. His abode is in the temple beneath the flagship's freight line, and he has not left the lower decks in decades. Even a short journey could sunder the spirit from his ancient body. Where is your temple located? I'm not permitted to say. If you wish to find the temple, you must walk the path of Saint Ariane, the matriarch spider. Hers was the thread that would become the blood-spun web. Let's see, her path began deep within the flagship, dark tunnels of the freight line, and that is where you must begin as well. The journey will bring you closer to the thread of the web, closer to the undying one, closer to understanding death. Let's see, I will walk in the footsteps of the matriarch spider. Your journey has begun in the depth. It will begin in the darkness of the deepest tunnels. The Vizier awaits you. The cultists retreat into the shadows as Capella sheathes their ceremonial dagger. Your blade awaits direction, Domi Nazatul. Speak again when the time is right. Oh, apparently whatever's going wrong with the astropathic cogitator is tied with void ship map. The rogue trader's ship is a veritable city sailing through the void. The ship has numerous compartments that you can visit. Navigate these compartments using the map of the ship, which you can access from the main elevator on the bridge or from any compartment. Can I... Yes! There I am in all of my glory. Oh, nice. Artistic portrait painted by a skilled artist. Yeah. I'll take another path. It's over... No, it's over here. Perform your ablutions. I should see someone from my retinue. Cassia, I want her to paint my portrait. At once. Lord Captain, it is most improper for us to be conversing in your bath chamber. I cannot believe you wish me to paint you a picture of you, disrobed. I cannot. It is scandalous. This goes beyond every standard of decency. Lord, straight persuasion. Consider it an opportunity to practice life drawing. Hey, possessed. Well, you're certainly an interesting model. I've never painted people before, but I'm willing to try if you insist. I've received a nude portrait of the rogue trader. Cassia's artistic interpretation of your naked form. You can spend hours trying to figure out which specific part of the painting is supposed to be your face or your leg, or if they even depicted it at all. Or if they're even depicted in it at all. She picks up her brush, and the two of you spend the next half hour engaging in small talk. Her awkwardness soon gives way to an intense focus as she becomes immersed in her art. This painting may not be what you had in mind. Still, this is how I see you in your colors. It's a whirlwind of brightly colored paints. The outline of a human figure is suggested through broad, colorful strokes and fluid shapes. It'd be hard-pressed to call it a portrait, but the series of abstract images and impressions do vaguely resemble your form. Your style is so unique. I like it. She turns pink and you feel a flush of embarrassment. You're most gracious. It would be a pleasure to paint like this again, though perhaps in a more traditional environment. Get my enforcers in here. Finish your ablutions. Things. I kind of feel like I want to visit. Actually, first, let's get her all leveled up. Got that thing, Death Waltz. She uses it against when she uses Death from Above against a target enemy without spending a charge. Immediately make it a melee attack against that enemy. Use this combination up to 3 times against random targets if random available targets. If it's impossible to use Death from Above, she can only make a melee attack against a random. Let's see, Blade Dance makes 3 melee attacks against random targets. Death from Above leaps into the air and lands, dealing 9 damage to all adjacent enemies. Be smart. Anytime ability or talent uses the fellowship bonus, you can use intelligence instead. Bloody Mess. Anytime a void character scores a critical hit, there's a 10% chance to deal double damage. Contagious Luck. Using a non-damaging ability on an ally grants that ally the ability to reroll any failed attack, dodge, parry, characteristic, or skill test with 1% chance of success. Jinx. While a void character just a flesh wound, 1% chance to survive after suffering lethal damage, surviving with 1 wound. Archetype, universal features, origin talents. Crimson Tide. Creature with Blood Blessed or Bloodstained effect gains +1 stack whenever raining blood is inflicted again, or whenever. Don't you just have raining blood as like a base feature? Dance of Blood. Let's see. The allies deal bonus damage against enemies if both the ally and enemy are in blood-covered cells. Dance of Thorns each time. Increases bloodstained against all enemies. Open Veins. Bloody targets gain 1 stack whenever bleeding, burning, or toxin is inflicted on them. Wounds stream blood. 1 stack each time they suffer damage from bleeding, burning, or toxin. I think Dance of Thorns would be good. Because she's going to be embroiled in melee anyway. So, good weapon skill there. Archetype talents. Acrobatic artistry. Immediately returns to the cell where they started their turn. Doesn't provoke attacks of opportunity. If the Blade Dancer used Death from Above this turn, this movement repeats all uses of this ability in reverse. Holy fuck. Oath of Vengeance. In exchange for 8 wounds, selected ally made by the blind against enemies who already attacked the ally. Veil of Blades. 8 wounds. Faces a side of their choice and immediately ends their turn until the beginning of the Blade Dancer's next turn. They can dodge area effects without moving, are immune to all types of forced movement, gain plus 20% parry against attacks from the side, cannot parry attacks made against adjacent allies. While under the effects of Veil of Blades, they can even parry ranged attacks, except ranged area attacks made from the side. Chance to parry a ranged attack is calculated as a 4 melee attack. If an attack is parried this way, it can be redirected towards one of the enemies on the selected side. Its redirection is equal to the half the Blade Dancer's parry chance against the attack. Acrobatic artistry. And let's get some Medicaid. Let's see. Equipment. Got Spinner's Mask. +1 Resolve. If you have 10 or more stacks of blood. Spinner Blade. Silent Verdict. It is the same, but way better. Yeah, let's give you that. Do you need anything? And Abelard has all that. Ballistic skill there. Unquenchable Fury. Can't really put that on Ms. Cabela, because she needs to have a sword on her. I guess an auto pistol? Not a scrappy one, mind you. Although the scrappy auto pistol... Can do a bit more damage. So I guess I'll give you a las pistol, because why not? And I got myself the heirloom pistol. Oh hey, my strength is up. Yeah. Deadshot stab revolver. Yeah. And I can only equip it because I have the Von Valencia's cloak on. Anyway. Voidship Bridge. Wait. Come the flagship's blood. Go down to the front line. Compiler out of order. I want to wait until I have things done. Or until I have the tech for that. I'll wait until to become the flagship's blood until after I pick up our next crew member. Going to be. There it is. Lord Captain, sorry to disturb you. Victus pauses, as if listening to something. It's pandemonium outside the bridge gate. One of the officers seems to be demanding an audience with you. I think I hear Master Bersarian's voice. In any case, I want to warn you in advance. Go 5 minutes without people demanding my attention. The everyday sounds of the bridge are disrupted. My voice is raised in anger. Abelard's voice, the loudest of all. This is not the conduct of an officer. These are the antics of a highborn brat out on a lark. Explain yourself, Lieutenant. Real event. The young woman standing before Abelard strives with all her might, not quail under the onslaught of her superior's anger. She falters, but then manages to look him in the eye and say, I apologize, sir, but I must speak to the Lord Captain. Very well, Lieutenant. You may address the Lord Captain, not least because I see you have at least been seen fit to disturb him. Your unauthorized appearance on the bridge and display belligerence towards a higher-ranking officer will be logged on your personal file without delay. Lord Captain, Lieutenant of Relevant, requesting permission to speak. She fell silent and then adds rashly, on a matter of extreme importance and urgency. I will listen to what you have to say. Speak, Lieutenant. Cannot wait. Any minute now, an assault unit will be dispatched to lower decks on orders to crush the workers' strike by any means necessary. I'm convinced that the step is unwarranted and that the crisis itself was provoked by the actions of one of the senior officers. Vent is almost trembling with tension as she delivers her speech, her face extremely pale. Abelard, in no hurry to intervene, lets out a skeptical huff. He glances at Sarbek, who is standing not too far from him, but she maintains a stony expression. Lord, I urge you to investigate the actions of Seneschal Worsarian, to intervene in what's happening on the lower decks, because very soon we will have mutiny or a massacre on our hands. Vent reels off the last word, as though she knows them by heart. She's clearly been preparing to say them for some time. When she has finished, she casts an anxious glance at Abelard, then at you. There's an insurrection in the making aboard my ship, and no one has informed me? I would not deem it a problem worthy of the rogue trader's attention. The lower decks, as it so happens, are in revolt. 30-some years ago, we even had a revolutionary leader rise up who dared to establish workers' rule across the entire ship. It took a month to restore order, and even 8 years later, we're still battling rumors that the hero has survived his execution and was on the verge of gathering people to fight against tyranny once more. He scoffs. Needless to say, the rumors were baseless. As for the current situation, we have sufficient enforcers to deal with it. But on this ship, the word of the Lord Captain carries more weight than a salvo from 100 bolters. I'm sure that if the rogue trader addresses the malcontents directly, he will quell the unrest. I dread to think what problem you will disturb the rogue trader with next. Perhaps you'll ask the Lord Captain to break up brawls in the mess room. I've already given you the means to resolve this problem. You simply need to use them. If I may, your lordship, sending a hit squad to crush the rebellion is a means of ignoring the problem, not solving it. How did this all start? The situation could boil over at any minute, so I'll give you the condensed version. It all began with the enforcers found a cultist amulet on the body of someone who's been killed in a drunken brawl. We reported it up the chain immediately, arranged for a cleansing rite to be reformed, and opened an investigation. No heretics have been found alive, but the search has brought tensions between enforcers and workers to a head. Where does Seneschal Worsarian come into all this? I shall explain, he intones grimly. I beg you to hurry, time's running out. I will not hurry, since my competence is under scrutiny. I shall speak for as long as I see fit. There's an established order to the way things are done on this ship, and one of the pillars of that system is the rogue trader's attention is not distracted by trivial matters. It is the Seneschal's role to ensure that. I have always handled internal problems myself, so of course, when I received information about cultists hiding in the lower deck, I took the matter in hand. So long as I live, not one of the vermin who murdered Theodora von Valencias will find refuge on her ship. You were far too heavy-handed, Seneschal Worsarian. Arrests, interrogations, mass punishment for entire sectors? It's driven the people to the brink, Vent says bitterly. Now, there's a strike on the lower decks, in Depot 4 to be precise. 3 worker clans are involved, but many more are passively supporting them. The situation could degenerate into an all-out insurrection. When I reported my concerns, the only response I received was an order to dispatch an assault unit and crush the strike with maximum force. Abelard, what do you have to say to all this? I see no need to add anything. I acted within the remit of my authority, guided exclusively by the best interests of your protectorate and your personal safety. If you wish to confirm the rectitude of my actions for yourself, I have no objections. For my part, I urge the Lord Captain to go down to the lower decks, stop the assault unit, and speak directly to the people. You will see that they are not lying or harboring heretics. That way you will stop the uprising before it begins. What is Depot 4? Depot 4 is one of the poorest sectors on the lower decks, some to clans of general laborers. They're not as valuable to the ship as the families who have served its specialized systems for generations. They're an easily replaceable resource, one which is now, more besides, given succor to the cultists and minions of the archenemy. They're poor and troubled, but at worst that means drunken fights and illegal wreck brewing. We've handled the workers of Depot 4 in the past, and we would have done so again if the crackdown on Depot 4 hadn't been so harsh. And another important point to bear in mind, the problem is not limited to this sector. It is located in one of the most populated lower decks, and everything that happens there has a knock-on effect on all the neighboring sectors. I've heard enough. I'll go down to the lower decks and deal with the problem personally. But Master-at-Arms, the ships and forces report to you, and yet you seem hesitant to provide your own perspective. Lord Captain, unlike Lieutenant Vent, I respect the chain of command and realize it is not within my right to challenge my superiors. She bows her head in Abelard's direction. However, a moment later, a serpentine smile appears on her lips. That being said, while I entirely share Master Worsarian's opinion on what fate Depot 4 deserves, I must note that this insubordination was a direct consequence of practices that he himself introduced. Miss Sarbeck, I see you have decided to follow the Lieutenant's example after all. Such behavior does you no credit. Appears I've unearthed an old squabble. I prefer to be left out of it. I dare not waste your time with such trivial matters, your lordship. Hard enough. I will go down to Lord X and deal with the problem personally. Praise the Emperor. Vent cannot contain her relief. Thank you, Lord Captain. Abelard grits his teeth slightly. An enterprise bordering on the sophomoric, but please yourself, Lord Captain. However, I categorically insist that I escort you. Lord Captain, I regret that the enforcers are unable to handle the situation, which then led to your and the Seneschal's involvement. I will consider it my duty to go back to Depot 4 myself and see to the expedient resolution of this incident. Okay. Yellow is required. I can bring everybody. Yay! Greetings, your graces. Hey, it's Worsarian. Take that, scum. Good as. It's all his fault. All of it. Well, that won't do. He reflexively wipes the spread. Abelard reflexively wipes the sweat from his brow in a startlingly human gesture, and a telling one. A rare moment where he allows his age and weariness to show through his armor-like veneer of self-assurance. Lower decks are a source of endless problems. Sometimes I dearly regret that we cannot replace all the locals with servitors. Let's keep moving. We need to get to the bottom of this. Something resembling a nest made of thermal insulation materials. Maybe this must be where the workers sleep between their shifts.
Carry the Emperor's will as your torch.
Valves.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
Container has been seen beyond the massive bars. Perhaps examining the pipe will allow you to reach it.
We are the spearhead of the Imperium.
Can I not use the valve? Lower deck rattle are frenzied. Stuff. Machine right set. Inside the box, a string of scratched letters run along the edge. Different first names, but the same surname. Looks like this box has been passed down in the family from generation to generation.
C'est no more.
I still do
Huge
not
pipes
see our
there.
purpose in coming here.
The arteries of the ship run through...
Relax, old man. Going for a stroll on the lower decks every once in a while is good for you. Lets you see how the simple folk live.
Huge pipes. The arteries of the ship run through many bays, delivering air, water heat, and a propulsive force of steam.
Quiet. They're trying to tell me something.
A virulent event. The sound of heated discussion reverberate. The sounds of heated discussion reverberate through the ship's bays. Lieutenant Irvelevent of the ship's enforcers is barring the path of her spear, Master-at-Arms Jocastus Sarbek, who has arrived clad in armor. Judging by their expressions and tone, the standoff has dragged on for some time already, and is now reaching boiling point. Lieutenant Vent, my patience is wearing thin. I have given you an order, now get out of my way. I cannot comply with that order, ma'am. She looks shaken, but there's fire in her eyes. This is my deck and my sector. So long as this area remains under the Lord Captain's special oversight, no action can be taken without my express permission. There are only 3 people who are authorized to make me stand down. The first officer, the Rev Trader, and the Emperor himself. So not all my lessons fell on deaf ears. Abelard mutters in crabby approval. He does not clarify he means Vent, Sarpak looming over her, or both. Your Lordship, noticing you, the 2 offered snap to attention and salute. Their subordinates following suit a moment later. What's the situation? Your Lordship, many people have locked down the bay where the strikers are, including their leaders. We have the situation under control as far as resources allow. Under control, Lieutenant. I came here to lead an investigative unit, and what do I see? The rebel is on the verge of mutiny. There's nothing to investigate. It simply calls for immediate repressions and firing squads. And you, Vince, are a step away from facing charges yourself. I would speak to the strikers. Abelard's mouth twists, but he restrains himself and says nothing. Right you are, Lord Captain. Allow me to wish you luck.
What deeds await us?
A dozen pairs of eyes stare apprehensively at you. The people before you are typically inhabitants of the lower decks. You take it in their simple clothing, crude weapons, and faces that display varying levels of mutation, from the barely discernible to the strange to the outright grotesque. Rivet will spur passes the crowd, and you detect a mixture of fear, astonishment, and joy in their reactions. Finally, 3 people break away from the crowd, an elderly woman and 2 men. These must be the leaders. They bow clumsily before you. But, Lord Captain, you've come to us. Tell me what is troubling you. Why are you striking? Striking? That's news to us, your lordship. There's a tall, thin man in worker's garb. All we're doing is asking questions, and what we think. Shut up, Rivet, snaps the old woman, turns her hostile dark eyes to us. Here's the deal, your lordship. Your damned enforcers are all over us down here. They say they're looking for cultists, on the wrong road, and they're reaching for the batons. If they want to punish someone, they turn off the heating to whole bays for weeks at a time, so we get sick and freeze. In my clan, 2 little ones died from inflammation in their lungs, all because of those enforcers. The old woman spits on the floor and rubs at the spittle with the toe of her worn-out shoe. Argenta does not interrupt the workers, but you see the sadness well up in her eyes when the children's deaths are mentioned. She quietly whispers a requiem of prayer and makes a sign over herself. It's all true. Vent is the only enforcer officer who stood up for us. Clear as day, who had a mother from lower decks and who grew up amidships and has no fellow feeling towards us. Grim man says Stager. Grim man with a scarred face throws up his arms. Your lordship, we're no villains. We're honest workers, servants. We plotted no disorder. We once went on strike openly, and now we've got guns pointed at us. Drawing is asking to be allowed to work in peace like I'm being harassed. The persecution started to prove nothing, you say. I was told that one of you was found in possession of a cultist amulet, and that there are heretics hiding here. A cultist amulet? What's that? The guy they found with a dead drunkard? Is it something evil or forbidden? I sure didn't know. The enforcers just said they were looking for heretics among us, and anyone obstructing their investigation would be punished. But how could there be heretics here? We know our own people. There have been no new faces around. Definitely not. And if there were, we'd be the first to report them. As for this amulet or what it is, they took it off a dead body. There are no cultists still breathing in our sector, that's for sure. But when that fight broke out, some enterprising folks looted the bodies. The boots they came back with, nobody's ever trod these decks and boots so fine, I can tell you that much. Seems to me the cultists have better commanders than us. Oh yeah, those boots really were fine. And there was no harm in taking them, right? As for the amulet, it must have been pocketed by someone who didn't know any better. We don't need any amulets around here. We all worship the Emperor, and when we're working we bow down before the machine spirits of the large and small transformers and the servo motor. The same way my grandfather was taught 100 years ago by a tech priest who came calling. Believe us, your lordship, we are people of faith. You children, weren't you taught from an early age about the dangers of the Arch-Enemy's creations? Were you warned that any unfamiliar object could be one of them? We were told, Holy Sister, but it was long ago. The last time we saw a confessor in a sector, it was just after I had had my third little one, says old man. Nana. That is regrettable. You cannot lay the burden of leading a righteous life on the shoulders of the Holy Fathers. Who will you blame when beasts crawl out of those amulets you stole from the heretics? The Holy Father who was not here, or the scavenger who brought evil down on himself and his neighbors? Abelard, do you have anything to add? I authorize the use of any necessary measures to locate Chaos Worshippers hiding in the sector. The specific steps taken by the officer were not reported to me. He frowns, clearly disgruntled at having to explain himself in the workers' presence. Nevertheless, I'm certain that their actions were justified. Cultists are no drunken stevedores. Stevedores? One who is employed... Stevedore. One who is employed in loading or unloading of ships. They are the enemy and a threat to the ship. Neutralizing them demands decisive action. Saurabak, was it really necessary to torture these people with gold? The rebel understands only one language, Lord Captain, that of violence. As per regulations, should the laborers persist in their unwillingness to cooperate, the next step is limiting air supply and cutting off water, which is almost certain to restore order. Peasants can grumble all they want, but in the end they are the source of their own misery. All I have to do is bow their heads and fall in line. And the need for punitive measures will disappear. We were attacked on the way here. How do you explain that? Here's an explanation for you. People have been pushed to their limit, and now they're lashing out. As if we don't know why these top-deck units are being sent down here. Like the one there the lieutenant won't let past. Our clans are all inside the bay that's been sealed off, but the lower decks are big. I'm sure there are some people who've had just about enough. We're getting it from all sides. The soldiers have encircled the ones who've risen up. A death squad has just arrived. It's no wonder folks are lashing out. The words seem sincere to you. Their body language and the glances traded between them reveal that the news of the attack has shocked them. What changes do you want? Look at this, the exalted Lord Captain himself is asking us. Bilge, that's what we want. Well, here's what. We want you to rain on your damn enforcers, to quit turning off the heat and stop battering everything that moves. No, that's not it. We want the enforcers gone from here. We want to be armed. Give us arms and we'll govern ourselves. We'll defend ourselves if these cultists do show their faces. I've been the leader of my clan for 20 years now. Getting rid of these club-wielding thugs can improve things around here. Gone too far, old man. I'm not gonna let the maggots on lower decks live without the enforcers breathing down their necks. They probably even insist on enforcers on the upper decks, too. As for weapons, what do we need them for? For the first days out, we'll have someone shooting their neighbor out of stupidity or drunkenness. We don't need that. If the enforcers stop hassling us, that'll be enough. In return, we'll find the scavengers who robbed the cultist bodies. We'll talk to them. One lower decker to another. If there are any more of those damned amulets about, we'll hand them over to the enforcers ourselves. You speak for yourself and your clan. I'll speak for me and mine. I don't want empty gestures, I want real change. I'll promise us the world now, but as soon as the Anointed One turns his back, these brutes will be on us even harder than before. All because we dared speak out. You can see the tall worker's eyes dart between the two arguing leaders. After a few seconds, he opens his mouth as if pointing to agree, but each time he falls silent before making a few vague noises of approval. Thoughts, Abelard? Story about going scavenging for boots and accidentally picking up a heretical amulet don't convince me. These people are moments away from rebelling and possibly becoming minions of the archenemy. We must not give them what they want, even if they did acquire something innocently, purely out of their own stupidity. That does not mean they are not tainted by corruption. What begins as petty thievery can turn into a far graver problem. I've seen it before. His face darkens momentarily. In my second war, there was a sergeant in the Imperial Guard regiment that was stationed nearby. The sergeant took an ordinary pocket knife from the body of a heretic, and it was whole about, lost their lives. When they finally managed to break into the barracks, they found not a single survivor. Only the pocket knife, which was grown through all the rows of beds like a metal-choking vine. Now, when it comes to scavengers, malcontents, strikers, or whatever I'll turn into next, my verdict is simple. Give them no quarter. As you're at arms, where do you stand? Give the rebel up rocks, and let's take an agro-world, Lord Captain. We only understand brute force from all... interpret any concession as a sign of weakness. Giving them weapons, recalling the enforcers would be a folly. It would only be a matter of time before we had a full-scale mutiny on our hands. Let's go and use our coercion. Spreading anarchy on the ship is the first step towards embracing chaos. Putting enemies' weapons into untrained hands would be even worse. It's more the enforcers are needed to maintain oversight and order. Withdraw those demands, and we will consider the rest. Tall worker they call Rivet shrugs and casts a sidelong look at the old woman. Old man, listen. The Lord Captain himself has come down to us and is offering concessions. I don't know a single person in the whole of Depot 4 who's ever stood next to the rogue trader, let alone talk to them. Back down, now's no time to be a stubborn old crone. Listen to us, old man. 3 clans of Depot 4 ought to act as one. We've made our minds up. It's your turn to decide. Don't ask them to disband the enforcers or give us weapons. We don't need any of that. The old woman hisses in dissatisfaction. You two are ganging up on me, is it? So brave you are against an old woman. But I'll shut up. I will indeed. I won't go against your clan leaders on my own. But if you want to make peace with the enforcers, make a peace. That's great. Just fantastic. Lord Captain, we're all agreed. It's decided. The persecution will stop, and I will expect you to assist in locating any remaining amulets or weapons left by the cultists. Your lordship, thank you! You have not abandoned us lower deckers. You came yourself and settled everything. I'll tell my grandchildren about this. Of course, your lordship, we'll root out any nasty business faster than the enforcers, and we'll leave no stone left unturned. Yay! This page is where the start of each shift is marked. This marker is missing, and the worker is on strike. So it's there. Multi-key.
Something ominous lurks ahead.
This gauge shows the steam pressure in the pipe is close to the maximum, however it does not reach the bar at the other end. What's happening? Perhaps turning a different valve over.
A nice little stroll.
Now I can start touching the valves. More down here.
I'll chart a course for you.
Next one is up here. Does put that up.
My visions showed this path,
Sure.
and many others.
Maybe a spoon. Nope. Actually, I don't remember all of it. Oh, there. Oh. Let's go to tech use on that. Getting us some multi-keys, belta charges, some crack grenades, and some force grenades. Fancy. I think that's it for the lower decks.
Blessed be the road that we take.
Stopping unexpectedly, Lex imperiously dismisses the unit, stand at a distance, and addresses the other companion, saying, "I have an urgent matter to discuss with the Lord Captain. Please give us a moment." Adelard looks at you, and his last vestiges of restraint vanish. "Well, are you pleased with your investigation, Captain?" You kowtow to the disloyal rabble. You believe their lies and show them leniency. Next time the ship is attacked by cultists, that rabble will welcome them in with open arms and allow them to wreak whatever havoc they like, because they see you as a weak leader. Is this how you see your future at the helm of Von Valancia's Protectorate? There is some truth in your criticism. I should say so. He heaves a sigh and visibly relaxes. Simply needed to trust me. I would have handled this situation myself had you not decided to intervene, says irascibly. Remember Lord Captain Theodora? Do you think she ever set one slip of foot on the lower decks? No, she did not. Such matters are left to myself and the junior officers, while she dedicated herself to her grand designs for the Protectorate. As any true strategist or rogue trader ought. Maybe if Theodora had spent more time on trifling matters, she wouldn't have wound up dead. There's a new Lord Captain aboard this ship, and I will not repeat her mistake. He looks at you stunned, and exhales loudly, and nods curtly. I commend your decisiveness, but I am uncomfortable with introducing new protocols in the midst of a crisis. And he stands straight at attention. I lost my temper, Lord Captain. I believe I ought to explain myself. He speaks slowly, the words not coming easily to him. Prosperity of the Von Valancia's Protectorate is not just an empty phrase to me. I left the Imperial Navy for the chance to see it flourish. It was the most momentous decision of my life. I did it because I saw in Lord Captain Theodora's deeds the sign of true greatness. Rogue traders do not simply forge new routes and capture worlds. They create order out of anarchy. That creative impulse was entirely lacking during my time in the military. So I left behind everything I had known, everything my family had known. I come from a long line of officers, and I embarked upon this incredibly reckless venture. Lord Captain Theodora entrusted me with all the concerns she had no time for. She would go off on her flagship for long periods, to distant frontiers, on scouting voyages, and the advancement of the entire Protectorate rested on my shoulders. And then suddenly, everything that had been built over the years and years began to quake, rattling like a flimsy hanger on a seismically active world. One of the senior officers betrayed us all. The rogue trader was killed, and who knows what's happening on the planets. I tell you this honestly, without fear of appearing meek, all of this comes as a grievous blow to me. I am not panicking or grieving because I cannot allow myself to panic or grieve. I am duty-bound to aid the new break trader, to aid you, to find your footing as quickly as possible. And to that, I must insulate you from problems that in the past have been dealt with by tried and tested procedures set out on the ship's regulations. Procedures that were established long ago and have functioned smoothly for decades cannot simply be deemed excess to requirements. Or suddenly be deemed excess to requirements. I value what Theodora created, and I trust the situation is an aberration in the ship's otherwise smooth operation. Since the established procedures are working, I see no reason to change them. Let's see. Theodora trusted in established procedures. She died. I won't make the same mistake. I want to keep building. Strike me as your own. I value what Theodora created. Abelard dips his head in a sign of assent. The shadow of incredible strain, which evidently had been wearing on him for some time, finally lifts from his face. I'm glad you see the value in the foundations laid by your illustrious predecessor. Why fix what isn't broken? As for me, I shall endeavor not to cause you any future consternation, Lord Captain. And now, please, let us leave the lower decks. If the arbitrator desires to stretch his legs, there are far more suitable places. Onwards. Back to the Void Ship Bridge. Oh, man. So much reading! My throat. Oh, I got a level. Nice. Hey, I can get some of that strength. Just enough to make sure that I won't lose my the ability to wield my let's see, familiar kickback. At the end of their turn, Fortress World characters gain stacks of never stop shooting, equal to half the minimal damage of the most powerful damaging ranged weapon they use this turn. Yellow Steel. Combat Addict. More ballistic skill, perception, and willpower in combat. Spare magazine would be nice. Never stop believing. I would like to focus on its force weapons. Sanguine Siphon. Diamond Slaker deals damage. They gain +1s. Deck of Sanguine Siphon. If that damage was dealt to a target adjacent to the Psyker, they gain 2 stacks instead. Warp Saturation. On the Psyker's allies and Psyker themselves, and the effects gain +5 toughness for each. Such effects: Pulse of Life. When the Psyker heals themselves or another character with psychic power, or an effect is applied. What all powers do I have? I have Enfeeble. Characteristics, skills, talents, abilities. Deterioration. Whenever an effect applied by the Psyker increases the damage suffered. Does Enfeeble... Ooh, increases all incoming damage. So that. Adrenaline Surge, Psychic Powers. This one costs less. First round of combat. Psychic Powers cost 1 less action point. Biomancy Discipline, Corpus Conversion. Whenever an enemy adjacent to an ally dies, And corpus conversion. Deterioration. Whenever an effect applied by the psyker increases the damage suffered by a target, this effect is increased by half. So that's plus 7.5 incoming damage rather than just 5. Yeah, let's go for deterioration. Hold on. Actually, more weapon skill for you. Make sure you don't miss. Actually, no. Let's go for toughness. Make sure you don't go down. Nothing's recommended. Evasive maneuvers. Allies with braced effect are affected by other non-attacking archetype abilities. Gain bluff dodge. Whenever the Navy officer scores a critical hit or successfully parries an attack with their primary melee weapon, they immediately make an attack with their secondary weapon against the same... Actually, do you... Yeah, dual weapon combat. Attack with their second weapon and their current weapon set, in addition to the usual one attack class. Attack suffers a penalty to weapon skill and ballistic skill and costs more. Durable knotting. I feel like fleet combat training would be really good. Make an attack, whichever costs the least AP, with their secondary weapon against the same enemy. Whenever they parry. Yes. Also make sure he has a secondary weapon to use. Something fairly damaging. Actually, yeah. Mars pattern sword. Might work. Not to mention it'll give better parry chance. Axe, chainsword. You got the shotgun just in case. Alright, Adira, let's make you a... You can get dominate. No. Joint analysis. So the operative's next turn. Their allies' attacks also remove exploits and deal +3 damage. Ooh. Or precise attack. Yeah. Intimidation, perfect spot. Tactical knowledge. Just one exploit for each enemy within a 5-cell radius around a point within 10 cells. There's only one enemy in the area. All stacks are removed. All allies gain exploits removed % armor until the end of combat. 4 more exploits are removed. The operative deals more damage. Let's go for joint analysis. Zero analysis. Perception. Let's go for no logic for you. Putting you on par with me. Yay! I guess agility. Don't think you have anything that scales with anything. Common talent. Oh no, heresy. Type origin. Cleansing faith. Plus 3% armor penetration with chain and power weapons. Critical hits scored with such weapons inflict 3 levels of burning. That power, ranged weapon, light, bolt. No. Litany of hatred, or him, or furious recital. Litany of purification. You do not have either of those. It's 1 damage. Bolt weapons. The Emperor protects. Just plus 3 maximum wounds. Of what? I'm not entirely sure. Well, let's put you up with Abelard. Stronger together. All allies exploding Xenos gain plus 5 in the same characteristic. Then it's retribution. More damage. Yeah. Inspire courage. Finest hour. Take aim. Target's next check will ignore cover and will have double effectiveness. Break their ranks. This ability can only target allies who have enemies adjacent to them. Until the start of the officer's next turn, all melee attacks made by the target deal an additional damage equal to 2 multiplied by the number of enemies adjacent to them. Back out fight. Officer encourages an ally, immediately recovering from burning, bleeding, toxin, and stun. If they're under the effects of voice of command, they gain temporary hit points. Or Air of Authority. The officer increases an ally's resolve by plus 4 until the end of combat. If they're already under the effects of voice of command, they will start their next turn with an additional action point. Yes, please. Let's see. Sport. Eye of Oblivion. Every enemy the Navigator has in their line of sight has its dodge and hit chance reduced by 5. Ooh. Yes. That's an entirely passive debuff, which is fantastic. And then we have Kibella. Ms. Blade Dancer. And Kinetic Artistry. Yeah, let's increase your weapon skill. And Blade in his hand. And the Blade Dancer attacks me with the sword to give agility bonus. Additional damage. Its damage is doubled if using a two-handed sword. Blinding Blades. Enemies attacked by the Blade Dancer have their weapon skill, ballistic skill, and perception reduced by 10 plus the Blade Dancer's weapon skill bonus until the start of the Blade Dancer's next turn. Does not stack, race against death. Maximum wounds are increased by Blade Dancer's dodge over 10. Rising tempo. Each attack made by the Blade Dancer increases the damage of all subsequent attacks they make this turn by 5% up to 3 times. Area attacks, burst attacks, and other attacks that deal multiple hits are considered single attacks. Let's take hands. Blade Dancer's parry is increased by their toughness bonus. Attacker's melee crit chance bonus determined by the difference between the attacker and weapon skill characteristics hand. Blade Dancer's melee area attacks cost 1 less AP. Yeah, let's go for that. Is well, we didn't make it to Rykard Minoris. What? But we got a new party member. Yeah. The road is giving out. I'll see you guys next week and tomorrow and